Okay, oh, my bad, guys. I haven't been talking. So I did get my standing desk set up. My son had taken the wood pieces and put them somewhere in our guest room. And so we didn't have them. But we found them, and I have the standing desk. I am currently standing up, which is great. I got to fix my posture, so I have to stand straight up, you know. This is pretty cool. I just need to get a little bit longer HDMI cord for one of my monitors. But aside from that, we're good. Check it out. I can lower it. Or I can raise it. That's honestly really cool. Alright, guys, so to look at what's going on in the market. There we go. That should be good. Alright, so we're looking at MDLY gapping up big from 580s to 1220s. We got OSAT gapping up from 503 to 785. We got Zevo here gapping up from 490s to 660s. We got ANY up to 260s. We've got a lot of other stuff. Like, we're watching a lot of the gappers from yesterday too. So we have like we have CLOV that we're watching. We have Wish that we're watching. SPI we're taking a look at. We got WKHS that we're looking at as well. And then we got a bunch of new gappers as well. So we've got like MDLI. We've got like OSAT. I gotta remind myself to stand straight up. I don't want to hunch while I'm standing. So it actually might be a good idea for me to find a new HDMI cord like right now so I can raise this desk a little bit. I either have to do that or I have to prop my computer up on something, which would work as well. Like if I put my computer on something, I got a box right there. Maybe I'll stick that under here. That's a good idea. Because if I could prop my computer up on something, my problem right now is the HDMI cord. I'd like to put this up more. You know? Y'all want to see this thing? Check it out. It's an electric standing desk. And we're going to look up the catalyst for some of these in just a second. My bad, guys. I forgot to reset the screen, so that should be good. So yeah, we got MDLY here, gapping up some. I'll be right back. Hold on one second, guys. All right, I'm back. I'm trying to put my computer on something so it can go a little bit higher. Hey, what's up, Alan? I'm doing good, bro. Yeah, what's up, Jayco? I don't know. I might be the dude you saw on Twitter. I don't know. I don't. My Twitter handle's at Beginner Trades. Alright, now that should allow me to go higher. Let me see. Yeah. Go a little bit higher too. Alright, so that should actually work really well. Let me see. Lots of room. There we go. That's probably the best spot for a standing desk, I think. Let me see. That works. Alright, guys. My man Jayco, what's up, bro? Hey. Alright, so we're looking at MDLY here. All right, so MDLY is up. They received a New York Stock Exchange notice regarding delayed Form 10Q filing. They announced they received a notice from the New York Stock Exchange indicating that Medley LLC is not in compliance with Section 802.01E of the New York Stock Exchange listed company manual, and as a result of its failure to timely file its quarterly report on Form 10Q for the quarter ending in March 31st, 2021 with the SEC, the notice has no immediate effect on the listing of Medley's LLC notes on the New York Stock Exchange, and they informed Medley, which is MDLY, that under the New York Stock Exchange rules that they can regain compliance with Section 802.01E of the NYSE's listing requirements by the filing Form 10Q with the SEC at any time prior to November 24th, 2021. If they do fail to file the Form 10Q by then, the New York Stock Exchange could grant, at its sole discretion, a further extension. So I guess they didn't report their earnings, which I don't know why this thing is up. That's a little weird. Do they have any other catalyst here? Nobody sees. I mean, that was back on the 1st. So there's not actually any catalyst for today on why MDLY is actually up today. Let's look at the float. Two-way saying most of the new gaps have small floats. MDLY has a very small float, and he's correct with this one. And you can see by the range, I mean, this one's up over 100% right now in pre-market. So, it's got less than 3 million in the float I'm showing anywhere between 1.08 million and 3.8 million. So it's got anywhere between 1 and 4 million. Thank you, Ultimate Phoenix, my man. Appreciate the support, brother. Thank you, dude. But yeah, we got OSAT gapping up some as well here. And let's check out the float before we look at the news. There's no news for MDLY. For OSAT, I'm not showing the float here. We're going to look at Zevo. I'm assuming this is a small float relative to the range here. We got Zevo gapping up some. This is a small float as well. Anywhere between 4 and 9 million I'm showing for the float and Zevo. I see ANY gapping up from 2 to 257s here as well for ANY. We're going to have to look up the float elsewhere with this too. Yeah, for sure. NASCAR. I see those, bro. I see those, dude. How do you think the CPI data is going to affect the market when it comes out even higher than expected? We'll see. I mean, I think it's going to negatively affect the market, obviously, to a certain extent, if inflation is higher, you know. I think that's what usually happens, but nothing's 100% in the market, so you don't really know, to be honest. I gotta say, I like standing up a little bit better. Then we also have Wish here. Wish gapping up some up to 1120s. CLOV gapping up some up to 1729 here. We're looking at AMC. AMC's at 4730s here, so it's under $50. Still consolidating though. We're gonna see what happens with AMC. GameStop, same type of thing. It's sitting at 284s now. GameStop actually had a really nice, strong day yesterday, so I wouldn't put too much weight on GameStop specifically. You know, I know he dropped, but it's been, you know, if we look at the daily chart long term on the 1 minute, or on the daily chart, I mean, it still looks pretty strong, to be honest. I mean, as long as we can hold over 250 now, I think the trend continues. AMC, kind of the same thing here. We're down to like this level right here. So, I mean, as long as we hold over 45 for AMC, I think the broader bullish trend could continue. We'll see. But yeah, we're looking at ANY here. I'm going to look at the catalyst about this too for ANY. I see this one as a catalyst here as well. I see yesterday, it looks like in after hours, Gryphon Digital Mining and Sphere 3D are going to buy 250,000 carbon offset credits. ANY is Sphere 3D. Again, they announced an agreement to purchase 250,000 carbon offset credits. Subject to closing conditions. They're not going to only support the ESG commitments in achieving net zero emissions for the parties, but they're going to allow Gryphon to become the first carbon negative crypto miner. And this is the next stage in both Gryphon and Sphere 3D's mission to develop operations with sustainability and ESG goals in mind. That's ANY. It's sitting at 260s right now. We'll see what happens with that. All right, so any getting over the VWAP here again. That's the catalyst. There's some type of carbon emission catalyst. We'll see what happens with this one. This is one of my favorite ones. It's a small float. It's pushing over the VWAP. The volume's great so far in pre-market, and so I really like this one. We'll see what happens. Gainer's a little bit light today, but I still think we've got enough from yesterday to pay attention to. SOS up to 407. We have XELA as well. XELA. Yeah, it's slow morning for sure, Juan. Oh, I also lost yesterday, guys. I lost like $100 yesterday. I wanted to be honest with you guys. I did end up poking around too much in the market. It happens. Listen. Every day over the last few weeks, I have made over $50 in trading. And so if I have 2 steps forward, 1 step back type of thing with a loss yesterday, that's okay. I pushed a little bit too hard on, what did I push hard on? Was it AEMD? It might have been CLOV. But I pushed a little bit too hard with this one, and it just didn't work out. I think it was with this one, maybe. No. It was with one. I don't know what it was. I'll have to look it up later. But I lost over $100 yesterday. Not happy about it, but losses like that happen. You know, it is what it is. First loss in a few weeks, so. Yeah, I'm still holding GNUS. Up nicely from it, too. Maybe I should have taken profit. I ended up scaling out of most of the position, though. And so we're still up a little bit in the trade, and we're still holding GNUS. Great call by Mitch yesterday. Mitch was talking about this one all morning, and I ended up buying it with him. He convinced me to buy it, and it looked good, and now it's up really nicely. So, hey, GNUS doing things. We do have A and Y back over the VWAP level. It's back over the VWAP level. We'll see what happens. We're watching this one to see what we get. I see VRNA still moving up some. There's not that much volume with this one, though. CLOV still gapping up some. It's at 1725, so we're going to watch it today. Just because it's down so much yesterday that maybe it's going to bounce back today. That's kind of what we're looking at. Here's XCLA. See if I can find some numbers for OSAT, OSAT. Hey, nice, Hank. Yeah, maybe it doesn't. I don't know. I'm not betting on it right now. We're just gonna look for it to see if it bounces at the opening bell. Again, I'm looking up some news. I see OSAT here. It's definitely a slower day than it was yesterday, but we still got some stuff that's actually moving some with like VRNA. CLNE looks good. I forgot to mention CLNE. So CLNE actually rebounded in after hours yesterday. So it did pop back up yesterday. We're looking at that. Annie getting pushed back below the VWAP here. Still going to look at Watt here as well. If you guys have anything specific, let me know. I don't see too much. We're going to build a new watch list today. All right, so this is the list right now. Hey, my man. Hey, thank you, Midwest Angling. Can you zoom out on AMC and show the massive bull flag from its highs of 72? I keep seeing it around. Thanks. We need the breakout. Hey, thank you, Midwest. Yeah, I got you, bro. All right, so this is probably what you're talking about. And again, like I said before, this is a bullish pattern on AMC. I'm assuming you're talking about this. And it looks pretty solid, to be honest. Like, that's a really bullish pattern. I'm looking at a 4-hour chart. If you look at a daily chart, you'll probably see the same thing. And that you see, here's the flag. And this is why they call it a flag, if you don't know, guys. It's because it looks like a flag. But not a bad little pattern there for AMC. We'll see what happens. But we're watching that. But yeah, I see it for sure. And regardless of anything, this is a bullish consolidation pattern for sure right now. Now we don't know what it's gonna do, of course, and nothing's 100% in trading. But it looks okay. ATOS. Yeah, ATOS has just had a rough few days, bro. It's just had a rough few days, man. SQFT just popped up here, guys. So SQFT up to the 530s right now. So for SQFT, it's up to 530s. We'll see what happens there. But yeah, thank you, Midwest. Appreciate the donation, brother. Thank you, man. Hope you're doing good, bro. Wish is gapping up some. Here's WISH. Wish is gapping up some nicely here, too. It's up to 1150. So Wish is one of our top watches for sure. We're also going to look at like BlackBerry, of course, WKHS, which are all kind of fighting to stay green. They're basically sideways the last few days, and they're kind of fighting to stay green. But A and Y, our main watches are AMY, MDLY, Wish, WKHS, and I think we said A and Y, but I see WINT. I don't see much there. CLF looks good. It's a little bit more expensive than I typically trade, but it doesn't look bad. I'll say that. So we're looking at that. Here's Wish. Let's look at a little bit longer term chart. Here's the 15-minute chart. So we're still holding at like 11 and 10. We want to see it continue to hold. We'll see what happens here, but we're waiting for that. Here's ANY. And again, this is Sphere 3D. They had a deal with another company. Some type of contract with another company. That's the catalyst for ANY at least. We got MDLY sitting back now from these highs here. Here's OSAT, back up to 770s. I think ANY, if I'm day trading, ANY is one of my favorites. You know, if we're looking at AMC here, AMC's up to 48, and if it can get back over 50, then we're okay. Again, you can look at the bullish pattern here that Midwest wanted us to look at. And again, you can see, this is why they call it a flag, is because it's got a pole. You know, that's a little bit crooked one, but really it should go something like this. You can see the pole. I'm not much of a bull flag trader, but you can see, regardless of it, it's a universal bullish pattern is what this is. It's a universal pattern that's bullish. And you can see the flag and why they call it a flag. But bullish pattern, which is what I'm saying. Like everybody, a lot of people said AMC was done back here. And then it just continued pushing up. And so, you know, I don't know what it's going to do, of course. We'll have to wait and see what happens. But we're watching that. Let's look at the daily on some of these other ones. Here's MDLY. Nasty looking daily, not the best looking, not the prettiest daily chart. OSAT's not that bad, it's just very low volume, to be honest. It's a very obscure stock with low liquidity. We have ANY here, which daily chart, it's not terrible, it's not good at all either though. So we're going to see what happens. We got Zevo here, that looks bad on the daily chart. Of course, AMC looks good. GameStop looks pretty solid. I like GameStop's daily chart more than anything. I think GameStop has one of the stronger daily charts, to be honest here. We got WISH that looks weak. CLOV that looks not bad on the daily chart, but not good either. I want to see if it holds at $16. You can see all the support we have at 16 for this one. So we'll see what happens. Also, guys, hit the like button. If you haven't already, run those like numbers up. Overpower the one guy that chronically dislikes my videos. You know, hit the subscribe button if you haven't already, guys. We definitely appreciate it. We got BBIG here, up to 530. So we're watching BBIG as well. I think that one doesn't look bad either. We could throw that on the watch list. We did film the first episode of Trader Rehab, though, and it was really fun. Yeah, we're going to be uploading that this weekend, guys. So y'all be on the lookout for that. Look at CLF. CLF is pushing up in pre-market. It's a little bit more expensive than I usually trade, but we could look at the catalyst here. This is Context Logic. Or no, this is Cleveland Cliffs Incorporated. I believe it's a steel maker. I believe. Yeah, the steelmaker held a ribbon-cutting ceremony at a direct reduction plant in Toledo, Ohio. So, a ribbon-cutting ceremony for the steelmaker. It's steel sympathy for CLF. So, we'll see if other steel goes up. Thank you, Cindy. Thank you for the support. Thank you very much. Appreciate the support, Cindy. Thank you. But, yeah, we got BBIG popping up here to 520s. We're watching that. A and Y looks good still. WISH looks good. And again, people are mad about CLOF, but if it could hold at $16, like you can see this support level right here, if it could hold there per the daily chart, then I think it's got a shot to bounce back some. I don't think it's going to bounce back a lot if it does, but maybe, I don't know. You never know with these. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it just crashes down. Who knows? For CLOV. We got MDRR sitting on the list here. It's at 195s. And so we're looking at that. We have BlackBerry. That's back up to 15s. Kind of trying to break back over that previous closing price. Here's WKJS. And again, we're still in GNUS. Shout out to Mitch with his solid call on the show yesterday. But yeah, I got to give props to Mitch, man. He did a great call. I just tweeted about it. Solid call from Mitch on GNUS, which is Genius Brands. Here's MDLY. Small float stock. We'll see if it actually holds. Ow. Man, I hit my head on my desk. I got this new standing desk. It's great. I'm actually standing right now, guys. So I got my desk set up. If you caught the end of yesterday's stream, you know, I was working on getting my desk set up. We finally got it set up. It's honestly really cool. Just kind of hanging out in the morning. I like standing. It makes me feel more awake instead of just sitting here. Hey, thank you, Blonza. Hey, I appreciate the sub. Thank you very much. I see ZME popping up 15%. AEMD might be worth watching, even though it's down in the last day or so. I think this one might be worth watching. I think this is the one that I lost on yesterday. I see VISL popping. LEDS trying. All right, so OSAT, incredibly small float. I'm not even showing a float. Two-way saying it has less than 1 million in the float, which is incredibly small for OSAT. Incredibly small. Again, I see KXIN popping up. It's over 250s. Yeah, for sure, Jaden. Yeah, hey, thank you, Fulfillment. Hey, I appreciate it, brother. Thank you, man. I got my BT hoodie on. You guys see I got my beginner trading hoodie on right now. Check it out. It's pretty cool. I'm merched out here. I got my beginner trading hoodie. I got my mugs. BBIG still looks good. BBIG still looks good. I'm glad I added it to my wish. We're going to watch it today for sure. If you guys see anything else that I haven't hit on, let me know. But again, AMC sitting over 48s. We'll see if we can break $50. I talked about it yesterday, but I think between 45 and $50 is kind of a range that a lot of traders are watching. I think under $45 and traders are going to be less confident in it. But I think if it can break over 50 and hold, and specifically over $60 as well, I think that it'll be fine, and I think that's a bullish sign. And so as long as we consolidate over 45, that's kind of my level. And the reason it's my level on AMC is you can see it here even. It's the low of pre-market right now. And if we extend this to the left, you know, it's an obvious low for everybody to watch. I think a lot of other traders are paying attention to this low here for AMC. And we're just going to see if we can hold over 45. I think that's a big step, big level, milestone level a lot of traders are watching. You can even see the range here of the last few days is basically between 60 and 45. But the first step is getting over 50, and that's right around where that previous closing price is. And so the first step on regaining some good sympathy is getting over that $50. Some good sentiment, is getting over that $50. And we're going to see what happens. We're watching it, of course. GameStop, kind of the same thing, although GameStop took a little bit more of a dive. I see Zevo still making moves, and Zevo's interesting. Zevo, OSAT, very obscure stocks. Very obscure stocks. I see LEDS gapping up some as well here. So we can see LEDS, not the best volume, but it had a big drop yesterday. Today, what we're going to be looking for, guys, is we're going to be looking for extended, real companies that may bounce back. So we're going to be looking for overextended, oversold stocks on the downside that we may be able to buy the dip on. And so let me know if you have any suggestions regarding that. Again, I'm not really going to use my day trading watch list. I'm going to be looking for real companies that are a little overextended. And so we're going to peep out what's moving in the main market right now. And we're going to try to get into some dips and hold. We've been investing a lot more with really good results, to be honest, lately. Let me look for the biggest drops over the session. So let's look for the biggest losers this session and see if we can find anything worthwhile. Geo. All right, so let's check it out. We got Geo here, dipping big. We've got MTLS, dipping big. Works. Works didn't really drop that much. We got ATOS in there. That's down. We have AEHL. What else do we have here? We've got MVIS that's down. That's dipped some. The problem is I think this one follows the meme stocks pretty closely, if I'm being honest. I think this one follows the meme stocks. Works. Logitech maybe here. Here's Logi. It's down pretty big. I don't know if I'd want to buy this in pre-market though. Oh, let's look for gaming stocks that might move during E3 and try to hold for like a week here. So let's look for gaming stocks. All right, so E3 is going to be fully virtual this year. All right, so big news. So Activision Blizzard, so ATVI is actually not going to be at E3, which is kind of a bummer. We got Nintendo. That's joining E3, Xbox, Capcom, Ubisoft. So yeah, Sony, Activision, and EA are not participating in EA this year. So interesting. So I doubt these are going to move with EA. So we're more so looking at like Sega. Let's see if we can find any stocks. Do you guys know any relevant stocks to... I mean, we have Microsoft, obviously, here. And Microsoft pulled back some. The problem is the range of Microsoft is a little bit too small for me to attack. I mean, I guess I could attack a swing trade, but I would need to buy like thousands of dollars worth, which I guess I could, but I don't know. I think I'm going to look for other video game stocks to see if we find anything interesting there. Yeah, Corsair might be good. And I know Mitch talked about this one. I like this one. And I like this one over the last few days, especially here. I like the daily chart too. I think the daily chart is solid. All right, so yeah, we're looking at Corsair for sure here. All right, so we're looking at Corsair. I'm really thinking about buying it, but we've been looking over at the biggest losses. Again, if you have any suggestions regarding bottom-fitting dip buys that we can get involved with, let me know, because that's what we're kind of looking for right now. I see YRD popping up some as well. Here's YRD, but no volume here. VRNA, XIN. So XIN is popping off here. So XIN is up to 320s. We're looking at that. We've got OSAT up to almost $8. Look at OSAT. We're still looking at Zevo and Any. So those three, as well as like Wish, WISH, looks good. Hey, my man William, thank you, brother. Hey, good morning, bro. Hey, thank you, brother. Appreciate the support, dude. Hope you're doing good, bro. But look at OSAT, guys. Hey, thank you, brother. Truly appreciate the support. Yeah, look at OSAT. Hey, y'all hit that like button as well, guys. Run those like numbers up. Let's break over 100 likes real quick. Overpower the haters. Feels good, man. Feels good. Hit that like button, guys. Hit the subscribe button as well if you haven't yet. Still looking at BBIG up to 530s. BNGO. Yeah, BNGO's down. I don't hate this daily chart. I don't hate the daily chart with it. And that's what we're kind of looking at for swing trade. So I don't hate the daily chart. We're going to see, though. So we're trying to peep out daily charts that we can maybe attack here. Here's CLOV. And again, I think $16 is a big support level for CLOV. So we'll see if it actually holds that spot. John, if Wish hits 20 or more, I'll buy one of your long sleeve shirts. All right. Well, hey, I appreciate it. But yeah, look at OSAT. Here's the move, guys. OSAT back over 8. Let's see if it actually holds the VWAP now. I don't know if I looked up the catalyst for this one quite yet. But yeah, I'm wearing one of my hoodies right now. It's pretty cool. Look at it. It's got the beginner trading logo. The green might be blurred out because of the green screen, but it's got the BT logo on it. I think it's got beginner trading on the back of it too, you know, that you might be able to see. So it's a pretty cool hoodie. I got my own merch, guys. We're merched out. Capitalism thriving over here. All right, but let's see if we have a catalyst for OSAT. This is Orbstat. They named Charles Fernandez as the CEO and chairman. So they appointed a new CEO and chairman. They said David Phipps is going to serve as the president and CEO of global operations. They also closed a $14.4 million public offering for almost 3 million shares earlier this month on the 2nd. But no real recent catalyst. Those all came a few days ago. So we got HOFV that we're looking at as well. XIN is up some, so we're looking at XIN. Still looking at Wish. Still looking at Any as well. AMC still sitting up there. It tested 49, and I think this is a sign of strength. I think if AMC can bounce all the way back after gapping down to $45, I think it'll confirm that $45 level again. And remember, that's the level we talked about. I think $45 is a major level on this chart, and it's a level that we're going to have to pay attention to a lot. And so let's watch it. Let's see what happens with AMC here. MDLY might be bouncing. Yeah, MDLY is sitting at 11. We'll see if it holds there. Still looking at Zevo. Still looking at Any. You know, it's a slower day, but we still got a lot of stuff to watch. Hey, thank you, Steve. Y'all be like Steve. Hit that subscribe button, guys, if you haven't already. I definitely appreciate it if you do. Hit that sub button. Click the notification bell. Hit the like button as well. Show your support, guys. We got HGSH here. HGSH. Pop it up. It's at 280s, 290s right now for HGSH. Let's see if it breaks highs, but something happened with this one. The 730 scrum is kind of going on, so we'll see what we get. Here's HGSH. Not seeing any company-specific news for this one, but I'm sure something will pop up and explain why it's moving later. We got XIN. That is starting to make some moves, and I think we got to include this one on our watch list now. I think it's moving enough for us to add to our list. This is XIN Real Estate. They're up to 330s right now. Let's see if we can find a catalyst for this here. The company highlighted the completion of 5 newly constructed properties. So XIN highlighted the completion of 5 newly constructed properties. That's what's going down with this one. We'll see what we get for XIN. Oh, Han, man, I completely forgot. I forgot to post your boys' music video, man. I completely forgot about it. Hey, thank you, Johnny, my man. Appreciate the sub. Hey, thank you, Derek. Appreciate the love, bro. MDLY, still really interesting. A lot of low floats today. Thank you, Kathy. Appreciate the support. Thank you, Kathy. Fun day right now. Fun day. Even though it's a slow day, you can tell the volatility's back because, 3 weeks ago, if we were to get a day like this, I would say it was a great day. But even though some stuff is slow, we're calling it a slow day today because it is slow relative to the earlier part of the week. But the volume's still not bad. And we still got a bunch of gappers, a bunch of low flow gaps, a bunch of stuff moving. And even though it's slower compared to the earlier part of this week, we still got a decent amount of gap ups. And so the volume is back and it feels good, man. It feels good. It's time. It was time. All right, look at IVR. I didn't see this one earlier. This is a really strong chart for IVR. This is Invesco Mortgage. It's a mortgage stock. I don't see why this one's up, but it's moving. I said Han. All right, but we got IVR here. It looks good. Here's the INI. Here's the SPY itself, and we'll see how it reacts to the CPI report. I see somebody mentioning the CPI report. Yeah, the CPI report, just to explain it, is basically looking at different sectors and showing, basically what it's showing you is whether there's been inflation or deflation in specific sectors and markets. So that's what it shows, and so that's what we're looking at. If it's a high rating, then it's going to be, it means prices are higher, inflation is higher, and so that's why people look at the CPI, and that's why it's relevant specifically to the overall market. Here's the S&P 500, or more specifically the SPY here, and let's see if we get those numbers coming out. I'll go ahead and read some market news for today once that does drop, but I don't see it dropping just yet. Does anybody know when the CPI numbers are supposed to come out? I wonder how much I could type per minute. I'm really curious to see how many words per minute I can type. I think it's a lot. Let me know if you want me to do a typing speed test on stream. See what happens. We got SNGX here. SNGX gapping up some. This one looks good. We'll add this one to our watch list right now. $8:30 Eastern, so that's 7:30 market time. So that's in about an hour is when the CPI numbers are going to come out. But here's SNGX. Here's SNGX. This is Sologenics. They received pediatric investigational plan waivers for the Highbright and CTCL from European Medicine Agency. So again, they received $865,000 in non-dilutive funding through the New Jersey Technology Business Tax Certificate Transfer Program, and they received the Pediatric Investigational Plan waiver for Highbright and the European Medicine Agency. So they received both of those. Those both came out in the last 2 days, or in the last 24 hours, really, for SNGX, and it's gapping up some. Let's see if we got a float size here for this one. It's definitely a lower market day, though. That's for sure. Thank you, Tiffany. Hey, I appreciate the support. Thank you very much. DTEA, pop it off. DTEA. All right, so recent moves in the market. SNGX, rip it up, guys. SNGX, we got DTEA. Rip it up as well here. It's at 540s. A little bit more volatile, though. We got any A and Y. That still looks good. So my top stocks, so not my watch list, but like the top stocks on that specific watch list are A and Y. A and Y, MDLY, SNGX, and XIN. And then, of course, we're watching AMC and GameStop. A lot of these are very low float stocks, too. AMC is back up to 48.50s here, guys, for AMC. So it's back up to 48.50s. We're going to see what happens. All right, so a lot of people are saying OCGN absolutely dumping down, and they would be correct here. OCGN getting hit hard right now. So they announced that Michael Shine is going to be the senior vice president. So they're a biopharmaceutical company. They're focusing on commercializing gene therapies to cure blindness diseases, and they're also trying to develop a COVID vaccine, which I think time is up for the COVID vaccine, to be honest. I think that other companies have already basically got that locked up. They announced that Michael Shine's going to be joining OCGN as the senior vice president. All right, so yeah, basically the reason this is down though is because they said Thursday that they're going to pursue submission of a biologics license application for their COVID-19 vaccine candidate instead of pursuing an emergency use authorization. It came in response to feedback from the FDA about Covaxin, its COVID vaccine candidate. The submission of the BLA, which again is the biologics license application, is going to represent pursuit of full approval for the vaccine rather than just initial approval of the emergency use authorization. And so I guess that's causing some bearish sentiment. People are more skeptical on it. Because it's going to take longer to potentially get approved, and so in turn there's going to be less short-term bullish action, is what I'm speculating is causing this drop. If you guys have any other thing, they're changing the approach basically for their FDA COVID vaccine approval, and that's causing, I guess, a lot of people to unload shares. A lot of people unload shares. I don't know why, but that's what it looks like, guys. Let me know if that's right or wrong. I don't know. I'm just kind of speculating on why this thing is tanking so much, but it looks to be why this is happening. So we'll see. STAF is another one that I'm interested in that we're going to be paying attention to today. Again, we got XIN looking okay as well here. XIN breaking highs in pre-market up to 345. And again, this one did have a catalyst. A lot of these are very small float stocks, guys. So if we look at the float for XIN, you know, for instance, this one has a very small float of like 700,000 shares. This is not the only one today that has a float like that either. We've got SGSH gapping up some again, and this one has a float of 7 million, 6.8 million really. Again, a lot of very small float stocks. I wonder what SGNX has. SGNX is dumping down here, so if it can hold over the VWAP, I'm not really interested in it anymore. This one has a float of 40 million, so it's not tiny, it's not huge, it's about middle ground. We got MDLQ trying, SQFT still trying there. We got MYO, VRNA, MDLX. We got AEI on the list. So we're looking at stuff that's moving in pre-market right now. AEI doesn't look bad, to be honest here. Hey, thank you, Christo. I appreciate the support. AEI doesn't look terrible here. You know, it's a small float stock as well. It's anywhere between 2 and 7 million I'm showing for AEI. So we'll see what happens with that as well. I'm kind of thinking of buying the Tesla dip, to be honest here. I'm kind of thinking of buying the Tesla dip. It's at $600 right now. I kind of want to buy a share of Tesla. I like the support level, to be honest. I like the support level. So I might buy a share of Tesla right here at 600 bucks. What do you guys think? What do you guys think about Tesla here? Let's hear the chat's response. RHEXIN. Yeah, RHE is down big. XIN still looks good. I mean, it's gapping up with a very small float. The float of this, again, guys, is like 700K. Yeah, actually, that makes a little bit more sense, POV. Buying just a call option on Tesla. That's what I might do. Hey, and I appreciate the donation, POV. Thank you, brother. GSAT. Yeah, we're looking at GSAT. We're still in G and US here. HGSH, guys. Look at HGSH. I gotta add this one to the list, too. But yeah, we might have to get on Webull here, guys. We'll see. See what the Tesla call options are looking like. And so here's SGSA or HGSH here, guys. SGSH. NCTY still looks kind of good. Now who knows what's gonna happen with it? But what do you guys think about Tesla? I'm looking for call options right now. We'll see if we get into something good here with regards to what kind of options they have available. There we go. It's a little bit better. So let's see what kind of options they got available here. I think on Webull, I would have to sell some of my positions. See if Webull even lets me sell that. So Tesla's sitting at 6. Here's MDLY, guys. MDLY still sitting at 1040s. SNGX bouncing a little bit, but still dropping pretty big over the last few minutes. ANY, I think this range is interesting. So y'all hit that like button, guys. Remember, if you hit the like button, we could do tech time for 8. If you want to hit that like button, we'll do tech time. We got Zevo here. Big drop to 605s. Wish still gapping up some as well. We're watching Wish for sure. CLOV, kind of the same thing, although both of these are going to be pretty volatile. We got SPI as well, sitting at 750. So like, we'll see what happens with SPI here. It's still holding some of its gains, but not much of it. And then of course we got XIN. All I'll say with XIN, guys, is be very careful. This is a very small float stock. This stock, what I'm showing, is 700,000 in the float. 700K. That's a pretty small float for XIN. That's a very small float. Alright, so here's XIN breaking under the VWAP. I still see MDLY showing up on the pre-market scans, just from it pushing up to 1050 here. What's crypto doing today, guys? What's crypto doing? Do I need to look at it today or no? Here's RH, Restoration Hardware. GameStop still down. Here's AMC. AMC still sitting here, and that's fine. If AMC can break over 50, I think we're good. We just gotta wait for that. And here's any ANY sitting at 250s. I see DTEA showing up in the scans, but nothing's really going on with this, to be honest. I see ONTX moving. It's at 805. Again, we're in Genius. VRNA's trying, but still a little slow. SNGX is still at 135. We got SQFT. Beyond Meat down. I see LATS gapping up some. Here's BlackBerry. It's at 1480s. WKHS is still pretty volatile. Wish looks good. Zevo. Still thinking about Tesla. OCGN, guys, like I said, just getting hammered here. We'll see when the CPI numbers come out, but any is probably one of my favorite ones. Small float, nice ranging around the VWAP here, consolidating some. Big rips up earlier, and now it's kind of consolidating within this range. And we can see the range here that I'm looking to attack. It's in between like 280 and 250 right here. So we break out of that range, we're gonna start getting interesting. We got $3 and 307 up there that we're paying attention to as well, but we just want to see a break out of that range. We'll see what happens. We're waiting for it. What's up, Emmanuel? Well, bad plays is subjective, Tracy. Anytime we're in the stock market, Tracy, just to clarify, Tracy said, can we address people in the chat telling people to make bad plays? I mean, come on, guys. All right, so quick question, quick just response to that. Bad is subjective. And so even though you might think it's bad, other people might think it's good. The beautiful thing about the stock market is that we all have differing opinions, and it's subjective. It's a very subjective thing. We don't know what any of these are going to do. Maybe the people in the chat are right. Maybe they're wrong. You know, nobody knows what any of these are actually going to do. And so just be respectful is the only thing we can really do. You can make call-outs. You can make picks. You just can't get mad at somebody if they don't follow those call-outs and picks. That's my rules for the chat. Like, you can make call-outs. You can make picks. If nobody listens to your call-outs and picks, you can't get mad about it because that's not a reasonable thing. I'll put it this way. I'm not listening to anybody in the chat. You know, I'm not listening to anybody in the chat. No offense to you all, but you're all just a bunch of random people on the internet. You know, no offense. I'm going to take my own judgment into account and use my own judgment for my trades. And that should be an understandable thing, to be honest. Here's OSAT popping up. So all I'll say is just be respectful. That's the only rule, really. OCGN changed their strategy for getting FDA approval. Instead of going the fast track designation instead of going to the EUA, instead of going for the emergency use authorization, they're going for a longer term route, and so people are losing that sentiment that they had short term in OCGN because it's going to take them longer to ultimately get FDA approval, is what I'm speculating is causing this. There's A and Y's at 260s. It's neither one of those really. Emmanuel, so it's the same mic. I'm just have it closer to my face now. I changed the position. I got a new standing desk. That's honestly really cool. And I might sit down in a second and then put it back up after a little bit, just because I've been standing for the last hour and a half or so. But I think standing is good for me. Thank you, POV. Hey, thank you for becoming a member, bro. Thank you, brother. Appreciate the support, dude. JZXN popping up a little bit. I see Mosey on the list. VRNA still trying. Ultimately a slower day, though. A and Y is one that we're definitely watching, though. AEI is another one. Here's AMC. Now, AMC is just kind of hanging out. It's definitely a slower day. Everything kind of slowed down some for AMC today. Hey, what's up, Mike? Hey, we'll see if WKHS hits 20 today. It could. It's possible. We'll see if you're right. I like the trend for WKHS. I think it's got a really nice trend here. I see CLNE, which looks interesting too. CLNE looks good. We had a lot of people talking about this one the other day as well. And we're just going to have to wait and see what we get with it. But CLNE doesn't look bad, I'll say that. Hey, thank you, L2. Any is one of the one I assume most people have on their watch just because it has about the best volume. Yeah, for sure. And it's the most stable too. So like ANY, not only is the volume good, but it's actually holding around the VWAP. Great volume as well, but it's actually holding the VWAP. It's a small float stock. It just fits all my criteria right now, and maybe that criteria is going to change, but like that's why we're watching it. All right, we might move my chair over here for a second, guys. So we're gonna sit down for a second, I think. Show you guys how my standing desk works. I'm gonna lower it real quick. I see ZME show up. ZME, GSAT. Hey, thank you, Kamal. Thank you, brother. Appreciate the support. Remember, guys, if we could break 200 likes, we'll do tech time for the day. If you guys want to do tech time, that is. There's WISH. It's at $11. So we're looking at WISH. I see Tor gapping up, but Wish looks good still. We're going to look at Wish. Hey, thank you, Justin. Appreciate the support, bro. Thank you, man. Hey, thank you, Daniel. Hey, I appreciate the support. Alright, so for A and Y, 2A is saying it has a 10Q. They said we have financed our operations for A and Y through gross proceeds from private sales of equity securities and with borrowing under debt agreements. They got less than 5 months left of cash, and they have a 2.6 million shelf. So y'all be careful. They could. There's offering potential there. They make most of their money through offerings. They don't have much cash left, and they definitely have offerings on the table potentially here for A and Y. So with all that said, y'all be careful about actually holding these long term, you know. It might, Bob. It's not saying that it will. It's saying that it definitely has the potential to. So we're not saying that it's going to do an offering. It's saying that they could, you know. Like having the shelf, it's up to the company's discretion whether they want to do an offering. But having that shelf registered means that they have the potential to. And a lot of the times what happens is that these stocks will kind of pump themselves up and then hit you with an offering and then in turn like drop the stock price once they pump it up some, if that makes sense. Yeah. What's up, James? Hey, good morning, brother. Slow day, though, guys. It's a slow day relative to earlier in the week, but we still got a decent amount of stuff moving and gapping up some. So, I mean, it's not too bad of a day. It's just slower. There's Wish. What's up, Hugh? So yeah, they could do an offering. It doesn't mean they will, but it's potential. And it's all just adding to the playbook of like adding things together to pick something that has the highest probable chance of happening. You know, using it all together in your playbook to try to find good setups for your own systems and strategies. That's all trading is really about. Hey, if we get 19 more likes, we could do tech time, guys, which is one of my favorite parts of the day. AMC still sitting at 48.40s. There's SNGX at 130s. BBIG at 530s. So we're going to look at BBIG. Look at the trend for BBIG here as well. Hey, there's 200 likes. All right, so we'll go ahead and do tech time for the day, guys. And tech time's fun. I always like doing tech time. But, all right, so what we're going to look at today is we're going to be looking at understanding range, calculating risk reward, and finding major levels to buy into. So when you're buying pullbacks like I do, a lot of the time we're looking for major levels. The first thing I want to talk about is the U-shaped breakout pattern. Now, this is going to be a pretty universal momentum pattern. For tech time, guys, let me go ahead and get my desk set up. Let me get my desk set up here for tech time. Yeah, inflation info drops at 8:30, so yeah, we're waiting for that too. Slow day though, guys. It's a Thursday. Thursdays are usually pretty slow. XIN pulling back some. This was a very small float stock though, so let me get my desk straight, guys. Hold on one second. Hey, thank you, Nick. Hey, y'all be like Nick. Hit that subscribe button, guys, if you haven't already. Hey, thank you, Prince, my man. Appreciate the support. Check this out, guys. Whoa, about to break my desk. But check it out. All right, so we're gonna sit, and then we're gonna lower. You love to see it. Look at this thing, man. This is so cool, bro. I'm honestly like a kid in a candy shop with this desk, bro. This is the coolest thing ever. Check me out. Now I'm sitting. And it feels good, honestly. It works really, really well. I'll have to take a picture of the setup and show you guys. But anyways, we're looking at how to buy pullbacks on major levels and the significance of that, guys. So, you know, a lot of the time we're going to be using just big movers as examples just because these are the ones that are going to be the most obvious and easy to attack, if that makes sense. So, okay. So there's a few levels that I really want you guys to pay attention to. And so there's a few levels that I kind of automatically pivot to when I'm looking at charting. Let me fix this. There we go. Hey, thank you, Viru. Alright, so now I'm sitting. Alright, so anyways, going back to tech time, there's a few levels that I naturally pivot to when I look at any chart. And I think with building systems and strategies and trading, a lot of it is just figuring out different nuances on specific charts. And like with technical analysis, learning key levels is absolutely crucial. I was going to say learning key levels is key, but with technical analysis, learning major levels is really, really important. And learning how to document and analyze those levels is really important as well. So one of the major levels that I look at on a chart is the opening range high. And so what I do is I look for those first few candles to form at the opening bell, and I attack that range. So I look for this candle to form, and I usually try to attack the high of these candles. That's mostly what I'm doing in these stocks. Not all the time, but it's mostly what I'm doing here. Like we'll find a lot of different ways to take pullbacks into, but this is a pullback level that I'm gonna watch most of the day. To be honest, I usually watch it in this case, but it faked out here. But usually this is gonna work, and let me see if I can find another example of it working from the last few days, so you guys can know what I mean here. Give me 1 second, guys. Name some big movers from the last few days. What's moved over the last few days? I know WKHS has. Alright guys, so we're looking at a few different examples here. Alright. Yeah, we're looking at LEDs. Okay, so, sorry guys. So, OCGN is bouncing back a little bit. It's at 630s right now, and I think it's interesting to watch. We can see what happens with this. But, okay, so we could use OCGN. I think OCGN is actually a good example to look for. All right, so to go back to tech time. Sorry, guys, I had to do something here. A lot of the time, we're looking at that opening range high is what I call it. And this is a really relevant level. And if we see this, here's an example why. So here's the opening range high. And if you learn to document that opening range high in your chart every morning, then you'll have a really nice level that you can follow for the rest of the day. And so what I try to get into the habit of doing is documenting these levels and paying attention to these levels throughout every day. So like if we're given an example of one here, here's the example. Look at the support we have at that opening range high level. And if we can have a really nice up wick on that side like that, then it's even better. Scrolling back, we can look at more examples of it. Let me see if we can find it. We got to find volatile stocks though. That's always the key. I don't know if that one has one. So here's a good example. So here's another one right here. But looking for the opening range high on these charts is absolutely crucial. So if we could look at like this opening range high right here or this opening range high right here, we could pay attention to a nice pullback level. And that's a level that I'm going to be buying the dip on a ton. Like if I could buy the pullback to that level, it's great. And that's a level that I'll target pretty often in the market if we can find it basically. I'm trying to look for some other stocks that moved in the last few days. Let me see if we can find it. I see my Astros lost. Guys, my Astros lost. Hey, hit that subscribe button as well if you haven't yet, guys. Smash that subscribe button. Run that like number up. I definitely appreciate it if you do. Let's see if we can look at BlackBerry maybe, just as an example. So yeah, here's an example in BlackBerry. Okay, this is a great example. So here's that opening range high right here. So we have that opening range high, and look at the support at that opening range high. So this is one of my favorite pullback levels that we can get involved with if we can have the VWAP in that previous closing price right around the same level. Like if the VWAP in the previous, or if the VWAP in that level, there's two different pullback areas that are kind of my favorite. All right, so one of them is, okay, and just to preface the rest of this, when I'm using it, I'm looking for the VWAP to also be in that area. So I'm looking for the opening range high pullback, but I also want to see the VWAP floating right around that area because it gives it twice as much support. And so this is a very common example of this strategy that I use here, and you can see it here. So what we're going to get a lot of the time is we're going to get a dip, a reversal, and then we're going to get a pullback to that previous opening range high right here. You can see it's right around 40. It's right around 1480 or so. We're looking for a pullback to that level. And again, if the previous closing price, or if the VWAP can be in that same area like it is here, then that's definitely like what I would consider an A+ setup. And that's where I'm ultimately going to be jumping in to these trades. When I see this happen, I use this a ton. And again, I'm looking for those first 3 or 4 candles, and I'm looking at the high of those candles. It's a really big level. Here's another example of it, guys, if you guys want to see really what I mean here. This isn't the same strategy, but it kind of shows you how relevant that opening range high is. So like we could see the same kind of thing here at 1560s. Here's 1560s. Here's that opening range high right here. And then look what happens when we actually finally break above that. It's a milestone level. Look at the support holding here. And so this happens a ton, and it's one of the more respected levels on a stock's chart. And I can kind of go back and do this over and over and over again and show you a bunch of different examples of using this level in your trading. You know, let's see if we can get a longer term chart. We'll get a 1 minute chart up, which is usually what I'm doing more than anything. So there's the example. Let's see if we can find another one. All right, so here's another one. So here's the opening range high, guys. Let's just document it really quick. And again, if I can show you anything for this tech time, it's how to get into the habit of documenting like specific levels. So like look at how much technicals respected this level here. Here's the opening range high right here. Look at that rejection. Look at that rejection. Look at this bounce. right here. So not only do we have multiple confirmation rejections, but we have bounces there. So when we get some pullbacks like this, I buy into those pullbacks. Those are my favorite levels to buy into when we finally get pullbacks, because you can see how much like a normal stock chart respects that opening range high. And it's never going to be exact. It's not always going to work, of course. It's not always going to work, but on average, it's a high probability trade. Even here, this is just me looking at examples. Like, I'm not even planning this. I didn't select these examples beforehand. I'm literally just scrolling back and looking at a stock's chart and then finding those examples. So here's one on BlackBerry. Same exact thing. Look at how much the stock respects that level. It's basically looking at how much other traders respect that opening range high level. It's one of my favorite levels to buy pullbacks into, and it's one of my milestone levels that I don't think I've talked about enough on this channel, where if a stock actually breaks over that opening range high, I start looking for pullback dip buys into it that I can take advantage of. And again, you can see multiple different examples just from BlackBerry here. And again, we could probably find a million of these if we look for them in a stock's chart. Like, this is just a level that is highly respected. Like, here's another example of it. And this is an example of kind of the opposite of it acting as resistance, but it's respecting that level, which is key. It's universally respecting that level. And then again, guys, and again, I didn't even select these examples, but when we look back and see when we finally break over it, what happens? The stock actually holds, and that's a dip buy that, again, I'm buying into. And there's a few other nuances for me to have my A+ setups. It even held as resistance here. Look at that. But what I'm trying to show you guys with technicals, and this is a basic technical level that you should learn to watch. When you're looking at technicals, a lot of the time you're just trying to build systems and find reliable levels for you to base your trades off of. And that opening range high is one of my favorite pullback levels to dip buy into. It just works really, really well if you could be patient and wait for it. Like, let's look at BBIG, and I'm sure there's probably some similar stuff here with this one too. Let's see. Here's the opening range high. Let's see if it respected that level at all after that. So here's that opening range high. And yeah, I mean, this one just kind of chopped through it, but it's never going to be 100%. And sometimes you're going to get choppy days. Let's go back a little bit more, see what else we could find with this level. This is a little bit more choppy of a chart. So, not really. I mean, we can see this here. And look at that. So it broke over it. It faked out once, but the rest of the time it respected it. And then look at this here as well. Holding that level really, really nicely. Not only holding it as resistance, but once we broke over that big level and pulled back to it and the volume came in, we held it as support. A big key here, guys, is looking for these type of moves to happen with volume. Like, volume's absolutely crucial. It's one of the only ways you're going to get reliable patterns with technical trading is trying to find good volume. And so waiting for that good volume and attacking that good volume is absolutely crucial. And to show you guys, this doesn't just happen with penny stocks. Like, if we look at like Tesla, comes to mind. Here's that opening range high for Tesla. Here's that opening range high right there. And then look at the pullback. Pullback exactly down to that level. Like, down to the T. And I wouldn't take this trade still because it's below the VWAP. But that's just showing you. And then look at the resistance. Look at the resistance. Look at the support. And so one of the major levels that isn't really talked about a lot is that opening range high. Very important level. Even after the stock breaks the high, you might be saying, hey, that's just the high of the day. It is, but it's the first high of the day. It's the first time the stock is breaking like a real high of the day that's been established. And so with that, you got a lot of traders watching it and in turn basing their trades around it. And that's one of the reasons it works so well. Like, to zoom back to Tesla, here's a great example of it here. Here's the opening range high, and then look at the pullback to it. Wait. So, like, here's the opening range high, and then look at the pullback to it. These are my favorite dip buys to get into because, again, they're just highly respected levels. Like, look at that. And so when you're looking at technicals with charting, start watching the opening range high. There's a lot of trade ideas that you can base your trades around of if you just start to watch it. Like, here's another one. I don't know if that one's going to work because it kind of ripped up past that. But it's a great level just to pay attention to. It's a milestone level that you can watch. And you know, it's one of my favorite levels to attack. So here's another great example of it. So here's Tesla, and this is more in line with like a strategy that I would get involved with. So here's the opening range high. We break over it here. We finally got a nice pullback to it right around the VWAP, and we can attack that dip buy there. That's usually what I'm going to get involved with when I trade, is that type of stuff. But it's subjective. But my point is, watch that level. That's a good level to watch, and if you start to see patterns with it, you can build systems and strategies around it, and it's just a really profitable level to pay attention to it. So I hope that helps. I know this tech time was a little bit longer than usual, so I hope you guys understand. A little bit longer than we usually do, but I think it's a good one, and I think it's an important one for traders to understand. Thank you, Yuna. Hey, I appreciate the support, Yuna. Thank you very much. All right, so I see Wish, guys. Wish bouncing up here. Here's Wish. Wish up to 1106. And even here, guys, you want to see it again here? Like, here it is for Wish. Like, look at the support. You'll see this happen over and over again, guys. Over and over again. Like, really, really consistently. I don't know why I haven't talked about it a lot, but it's a level that I base my trades around a ton, especially if we have like good volume and liquidity. Is looking for that opening range high. Somebody else was saying WKHS. Yeah, here's WKHS. And again, I'm sure we could find some very similar things with this too. It's never going to be perfect. Like, there's always going to be instances where it doesn't work, but like, here's a great example of it too. Opening range high right here. Look at the pullback. Beautiful pullback. And again, this is more in line with the strategy I would take because the VWAP and the opening range high are sitting right around the same area. So it just gives me a lot of momentum to attack. It gives me a lot of trades to build, and it gives me, you know, a lot of momentum in my direction just because, you know, there's so many other traders paying attention to it. So I hope that makes sense. Let me know if you guys have any questions regarding it. I see MDLQ show up on the list, but the volume's still a little bit light. We're still watching MDLY, which is pushing up now. So MDLY is pushing up nicely. It's up to 1140s. I see any dropping down some. Hey, what's up, Diablo? My man. What's up, brother? Hey, congrats. Everybody give my man Diablo G congratulations. His wife gave birth to a baby boy Tuesday. Congrats, brother. Enjoy it, man. Enjoy it, brother. Happy for you, bro. But yeah, that's awesome, man. I'm still trying to have more kids. My wife and I. We don't know whether we want to have more kids. We got a boy and a girl. And, I don't know if I want more kids. I do, but I don't, you know. But my wife does too, so like we'll probably end up having one more kid eventually. Kind of spread them out a little bit. Like we had my daughter was born, you know, my daughter's almost 12, and then my son is 7. And then, you know, we'll have another kid. We're going to be starting over if we do, but I don't know. Let me know if you think I should have more kids in the chat, guys. You're the man, John. Thanks for tech time. Hey, what's up, Justin? Thank you, brother. I'm holding 20,000 shares of AMC for you. I will never sell. Hey, good luck, bro. It's going through. Great strat. Thanks, man. Thank you, Hank. Yeah, it's a good strategy, guys, and it's a simple one. But it's like, it's one of those things where sometimes the simple strategies work the best because they have the most traders trading them. Like, a lot of traders bring me, like, really obscure strategies, and they're like, yeah, this is why it works, X, Y, Z. But it's like the really obscure ones, and especially with, like, indicators. Like, the really obscure indicators don't work as well. You know why? Because they have less people ultimately trading them. You know, like, one of the reasons I like the VWAP is because the VWAP it only has a few variations of it. There's not a ton of variations of the VWAP. There's pre-market data, there's different deviations, but it's mostly the same one. So when you see people using the VWAP, everybody is mostly using the same one, which means that a lot of traders are basing their trades around the VWAP, as opposed to like a moving average, which just has a lot of variations. There's the 9, the 12, the 15, the 18, the 20, the 22, the 25. There's just too many variations, and so with that, you have less accuracy with them, in my opinion, just because you got less people trading them, each individual example of it, each individual variation of it. You got less people doing it. But with the VWAP, most people are trading the same one, and so when you get a pullback to that VWAP level, a lot of traders are buying it right there because they're trading the same variation of the VWAP you are, and they're buying the pullback. And the only reason technical trading works is because other people think it works. And so with that said, if everybody thinks the stock is going to bounce when it pulls back to the VWAP and buy in there, the stock in turn bounces. And that's why technical trading works, ridiculously enough. But regardless of why it works, and you can't knock it if it works. So, but MDLY trying to break over the VWAP, we're going to see what happens. VXRT, yeah, I've seen VXRT. It looked okay yesterday. Here's another example of the strategy I'm using. Let's find the opening range high. Here it is. Look at the little pullback to it. We got a nice little dip to it. So, again, this is a very universal strategy. Guys, look for that opening range high, establish those levels, and then buy the pullbacks to those levels. It has worked really, really well for me. So GNUS is dropping down a little bit. Wish is trying to break back up here. XIN breaking under 3s, looking weak, to be honest. SNGX is consolidating, which is okay. HGSH falling down some. Here's GameStop though. So GameStop did have earnings that dropped. We also have the CPI dropping in like 2 minutes. But GameStop did have earnings that came out, guys. Company announced a new CEO and CFO for GameStop in their first quarter earnings. All right, so GameStop also revealed in a regulatory filing that on May 26th, the SEC asked the company to cooperate with an investigation into the trading activity into the company's securities as well as the securities of other companies, and they said, quote, "We are in the process of reviewing the request and producing the requested documents and intend to cooperate fully with the SEC staff regarding this matter. This inquiry is not expected to adversely impact us," end quote, from GameStop. They also put in better than expected earnings results for the first quarter, as well as the appointment of a new chief executive officer and chief financial officer. So a new CEO and a new CFO as well for GameStop. So for first quarters, they were positive, correct, guys? All right, so GameStop net loss narrowed and fiscal first quarter sales jumped from a year ago as well. Of course they jumped. Obviously they jumped. They named Amazon execs as top post. So net sales rose to $1.28 billion for GameStop from $1 billion basically a year ago. They projected revenue to be $1.16 billion, so it was better than expected, better than the projected. Alongside that, they also announced the appointment of Matt Furlong as CEO and Mike Recupero as CFO, both of whom are joining from Amazon, where they held senior roles and oversaw various growth initiatives. They also said that second quarter sales trends continue to reflect momentum, with May sales up 27% from a year ago. Its guidance, however, remains suspended. So that's the catalyst for GameStop. Surprisingly enough, GameStop dropped from that. I'm surprised that that happens. The only thing I can think of is that the SEC probe has kind of scared traders to a certain extent. Why do y'all think GameStop dropped from that catalyst? I mean, it was actually better than expected results for GameStop. Net sales went up to over 1.25 billion. New CEO, new CFO. Although they did say the SEC is probing into what went on. So we'll see what happens with GameStop, but we're watching it, and we'll see if that, sympathy affects AMC as well. You can see AMC sitting at 47.80s. So we're going to see what happens, but that's kind of the news right now for AMC, GameStop. All right, so here's the CPI numbers that should be dropping right now. Let's take a look at them. So we'll look at the CPI numbers that should be dropping right now here, guys. Let's see how the market reacts. So the market just tanked in the last 2 minutes, most likely from higher CPI numbers is what I'm guessing, which means that inflation is up. So we're up to 420.7s. Let's see if we can find out what's going on with this. Hey, thank you, Midwest, my man. Thank you, brother. Appreciate the love, bro. MDLY? Yeah, MDLY definitely looks good, bro. We're going to see what happens. Very low float for MDLY as well. The float of this one is... thank you, team. Y'all hit that subscribe button. Float is very small, between 1 and 4 million for MDLY. Interesting levels, $12. I think makes a lot of sense to pay attention to. Here's 12 right here, so $12 makes a lot of sense. Here's 16s, obviously the pre-market high. We got these lows around $10 that I think we can watch, and those are the levels that I'm watching Midwest. We're gonna see what happens with that. Here's the SPY. So I'm looking to see if I can find the SPY numbers. Okay, so actually, yeah, so I'm seeing the SPI numbers. Initial jobless claims for June came in at 376,000 versus 370,000 estimates. So they had higher initial jobless claims numbers than estimated, with a prior of 385. So they did go down for initial jobless claims numbers in the market, but they were still higher than expected at 376,000. USA core CPI month over month for May came in at 0.7% versus 0.4% expected. So yeah, so inflation is up. USA core CPI year over year for May came in at 3.8% versus 3.4% expected. CPI for the USA month over month for May came in at 0.6% versus 0.4% expected. CPI year over year for the USA came in at 5% versus 4.7% expected. So overall, higher CPI numbers than expected here, which means a little bit higher prices and ultimately higher suspected inflation. So we'll see what happens. I see MVIS popping up here. It's up to 22.10s for MVIS. So MVIS just made a jump here. So Microvision, which is MVIS, is going to be added to the Russell 2000 index for MVIS. So MVIS is going to be added to the Russell 2000 here. So MVIS making moves here, guys. Certainly making moves. We're still looking at MDLY. It's back over the VWAP. This is the one Midwest was talking about. It's back over the VWAP here. It's at 1250s. So we're watching that too here. We're going to see what happens with it. We're paying attention to it for sure. I am using Benzinga. Hue. Yeah, the only thing that went down was continued jobless claims. Yeah. Alright, we can look at the overall market as well. Alright, so we're basically consolidation ahead of the opening bell. Dow Jones industrial average futures were up 0.2%. S&P futures were up 0.05%. NASDAQ futures are down 0.2%. Oil prices are slightly up. Global benchmark Brent crude is up 0.3%. The U.S. West Texas Intermediate is up 0.1%. Consolidating. CPI numbers came out showing higher numbers than expected, higher inflation. In equities, we got a few stuff popping up, but that's the market right now. We'll see what happens. MDLY moving up here. It's one of my top watches for sure. And MVIS is certainly interesting. So we're watching MVIS as well. We're going to see what we get from that. And I'm curious to see what happens with GameStop, to be honest. Now, GameStop had good earnings from what I'm seeing here. GameStop had good earnings. But it gapped down. So, here. So... You know, GameStop had better than expected earnings. We get a lot of people saying that the reason it dropped is that GameStop earnings were good, but it's still not worth $280 a share. We'll see if they're right. MDLY still pushing up back over the VWAP here. This one did have a catalyst today for MDLY. They received a New York Stock Exchange notice regarding delayed Form 10Q filing about 9 days ago. But I don't see any reason why this one's up. Does anybody know why MDLY is actually up some? If not, it's a little weird. Small float stock, though. It's between 1 and 4 million in the float. So the float is very small for this one. So maybe we'll get some momentum, but y'all be careful because the float is small, and I don't really see a catalyst. We do have OCGN bouncing back up some here, and I'm still looking at Wish. Here's Wish. Here's CLOV. We're still watching both of those, to be honest here. I see MEDS showing up. MEDS is at 450, so we're watching that too. Zevo still kind of moving a little bit here. We're watching Zevo as well. ANY dipping down under 250, which I thought was a really big level that I was paying attention to, was 250. I was thinking about buying the pullback. Here's the market reacting to the CPI numbers. So the market has basically rebounded all the way back here. I wonder why. All right, so the market's actually rebounding really nicely here. So here's the SPY. The SPY's bouncing back. We'll see what we get. Here's the MEDS at 470s. We're looking at 470s. Here's JAGX. We're still watching this one too. SOS we're paying attention to. CLNE, even though it's dipping down, we're still watching that one. Zevo, we're watching OSAT, we're watching MDLY. MDLY is probably our favorite one now. I mean, we're still watching ANY, but these two are our favorite day trading stocks right now. You know, I don't know if we're gonna day trade them, but they're looking like the most volatile and voluminous stocks in the market right now. So those are the ones we're watching. and we'll see what happens. Let me know what you think about those. Let me know what your favorite day trading stock is right now. Again, we're still watching the market with like AMC, GameStop. The SPY is actually popping up pretty big from these numbers here, which is surprising because the inflation numbers were higher than expected. So, you know, let me know why you think the market is running up, guys, and we'll try to figure it out. All right, so yeah, MDLY, highly shorted stock. Highly shorted stock. Let's see if we could find some of these numbers. Alright, so yeah, let's see if we can find the short float for MDLY. So I'm showing anywhere between 12 and 15% short float for MDLY. So a big short float there. So yeah, highly shorted stock as well. And maybe we're going to get some squeezes. This one has a very small float, and it is short squeeze potential here for MDLY. So it could get squeezed up, basically, is what we're saying. And so that's what we're going to watch for MDLY here. It definitely could get squeezed up some more. If it starts to break highs, then we're going to maybe get some momentum. Again, I don't know what it's going to do. Maybe it just crashes down. Who knows? And that's definitely possible as well, just to put it into perspective. But we'll see. We got MEDS, guys. MEDS showing up on the gaps list here for MEDS. Let's see if we can find the catalyst. This is TRX Health. They launched the MedChecks Health Passport app for iOS devices. So they launched a new iPhone app for MEDS. And so we'll see what happens. It's a health services IT company focusing on digitizing retail pharmacy experience by optimizing drug procurement, the prescription journey, and patient engagement in the U.S. And they just dropped their new MedCheck subsidiary app that launched on the iPhone for MEDS. That's the catalyst here. We'll see what happens. Let's see what the float is for MEDS. All right, so the float is small for this one as well. It's about 3 million in the float for it. So, you know, worthwhile to watch. Small enough float to be interested in. Here's NOVN up there too. MVIS had that news that it's getting added to the Russell 2000, so it's ripping up as well. But yeah, here's GameStop, guys. And I'm surprised that GameStop is down after the earnings. I thought, again, I didn't really try to predict what would happen with earnings, but I figured that if AMC or if GameStop had good earnings, then because of all the momentum we've had lately, that they would rip and at least hold over 300. So it's interesting that we're dropping here. Honestly, I still think the daily chart's bullish, but, you know, maybe I'm wrong. We'll see what happens. Bitcoin sitting at 37,000. So luckily I never sold my position of Bitcoin, but here it is right here. So here's Bitcoin right now. So Bitcoin sitting at 37.5K, basically 37.65 thousand. And yeah, we're still holding Bitcoin. We bought the dip at 31, and we've just been kind of sitting on that. So I'm sure we're getting some upward movement in cryptos. Let me check out crypto. Speaking of crypto. Alright, so MEDS breaking highs. It's at 510s here, guys. 510s for MEDS. Alright, so overall we're pretty good. I mean, Doge is sitting at 34 cents roughly, 33.5 cents. We're mostly green in our crypto portfolio, but Algorand's taking a hit. Here's our crypto portfolio right now. It's just not, it's not super volatile today. But like this is everything we're holding right now. And so we're down, I think, a little bit on average, but we're about break even, which is fine. There's MEDS though, holding at $5. Let's look at that $5 level of support. And again, they're dropping a new health app, iPhone app for MEDS. CLOV bouncing a little bit at $16 as well. So here's CLOV bouncing at 16. Still looking at square foot. A little bit slow day though, guys. So, you know, MDLY, ANY, MEDS are the top 3 right now. But I'm sure we'll get some other stuff that pops off after the opening bell. Hopefully, at least. A little bit slower day relative to the earlier part of the week, though. There's IVR still looks good. SINS, SENS, gapping up a little bit as well. Not too bad. Let me catch up on the chat, guys. GIVO, higher than expected CPI means higher than expected inflation. Yeah, I guess you're right. They're talking a big dip to the 30s for AMC. We'll see what happens. Devaluing means more investments, less savings. GIVO, disappointed with myself, sold a little. Yeah, I'm kind of mad too. I got into MVIS at like 21 or 20. And, I mean, there was no way for me to predict this was going to happen, of course. Like, I think, like most people, MVIS just dumped down way too much. I got out like around, you know, 11 or 12 bucks. So, you know, should have held, of course. And MVIS is absolutely ripping up now. But, you know, it is what it is. You're never going to catch it all. And, you know, sometimes you're going to miss moves. It's a normal part of trading. So don't worry too much about it, brother. Yeah, I'm feeling good, Tom. Thanks, brother. Hey, I appreciate it. But yeah, I feel fine, man. I feel good. Oh, that's rough, Dub. That's rough, brother. Hopefully you made money with it at least, Dub. I mean, MEDS has some volume. It's not a crazy high amount, but we're still in pre-market, so like, you know, we're hitting, you know, 10 to 60,000 shares traded per minute, which isn't bad volume in pre-market. You know, bad volume is like 2,000, 5,000. So like the volume's not terrible. Like it's a low floater. So it's got the potential to move after the opening bell, and that's what we're going to pay attention to. Like it's a low float stock for MEDS, you know. I see GLMD. Clove is bouncing up a little bit. It's at 1670s. So Clove is starting to bounce up some. Hey, what's up, Mo? Root? Yeah, we can look at Root. I mean, Root hasn't been terrible. It's just sideways right now. So, like, it held most of its gains, which I think is good. So, you know, on the 7th, this thing was at 920s. So it held most of its gains for Root. I don't know what's going on with this or what it's about, but it held its gains, which is usually a good sign. Let's look at the daily chart now. Daily chart's a little iffy, but, you know, sideways action. You know, if I was trading this, I would wait for the range to break. But again, I don't know what this one's going to do. We're just kind of speculating and watching it, of course. We'll see if it breaks out of this range. 1250 between 1470 and 1250 is the range I'm looking at. MVIS still pushing up, guys. Might be breaking the high of the last 3 days at 2340s. At 2340s for MVIS. Hey, we'll see what happens. All right, so there's 2330s. We're getting ready to try to test these highs of the last few days for MVIS. So we're getting there. We're close, guys. We're close for MVIS. We'll see what happens, but we're close. Hey, thank you, Smart Hemp. Thank you, bro. All right, so there's MVIS pulling back a little bit, testing that high here. Hey, thank you, Jimmy. Hey, y'all hit that subscribe button if you haven't already. Yeah, thanks again, guys, for helping me break 70K. I was really pumped to break 70K. Here's CLOV, bouncing up to 1718s here. So we're going to see what we get with this one. We're watching this for sure. We're watching Wish, too. So here's CLOV, here's Wish. Now Wish is holding most of its gains from the other day. So, I mean, we're still watching that. Here's any... MDLY still looking good over the VWAP, over $12. We're going to see if that actually holds. All right, so there's the MDLY. We'll see if it actually holds the VWAP level. Yeah, I took most of mine off on GNUS. I'm still holding a little bit, but we're going to give it time. And again, I'm going to try to invest in Genius. See if we can get another spike one day. I'm already up decent enough to where I'm not super concerned about it. And I can kind of hold the rest of the trade break even since I've already scaled out of most of the position. I also see VIVE here. So VIVE kind of looks good. There's not a ton of volume, but we're watching Vive here. VIVE. We got CLOV again. Wish. Look at CLOV. CLOV is all the way back up to over 17. It's at 1770s here. So we're looking at CLOV. This one's a highly shorted stock as well. Crazy movement in the last few days. Big range and just a lot of volume and volatility for CLOV. So yeah, we're watching all these. We're going to see if we get something good. Hey, thank you, Robert, my man. Appreciate the support, bro. Thank you, bro. Yeah, we're looking at MEDS, too. MEDS is ripping up here, guys. Look at meds. Huge rip. Yeah, meds is ripping up. Guys, ripping up big. Up to 580s for MEDS, 580s. $570s now. Let's see if it holds this previous high right there at 540. How do you think the market's reacting to the CPI data, or how do you think the market will react? I think initially the SPY pushed up some. Looking at the previous closing price, let's add that to the mix. I mean, it's green on the day now after those CPI numbers, so it's green so far. I don't know if we're going to continue, of course, but you know, we're green for the most part, and yeah, we're going to see what happens. SPY is getting ready to push up and test the highs. And if that gets volatile, I'll trade some futures today with you guys. If we get some volatility in the SPY, hopefully. Guys, I'll be right back. I just heard like a click, which isn't good. Hopefully it's not my monitor's about to crash down. So I'll be right back. Stick around, guys. Maybe my monitors will just crash down. I have these two ultra-wide monitors. It's possible that they break. I just installed them on a new desk. Hopefully they don't fall. Let me go tighten it real quick. I'll be right back, guys. I gotta tighten these monitors. Alright, they're good. My monitors are good. It's not trash day. Trash day is Thursday. Or trash day is Tuesday. Hey, here's MEDS here. We get a pullback to 540s. Maybe I'll consider it. I also see RAIL here. R-A-I-L. Pushing up. We got XERS making moves too. We got PED. That looks good. CLOV, guys, is gapping back up here. CLOV is back over 17s here. It's at 1750s right now. What's up with SPI? Energy stock down after the big gap yesterday. It held some of the gains. I mean, it started out at like 620s yesterday. So it held most of the gains it put in for SPI. Now, it didn't go up at all, and it's just huge range. But yeah, we could watch SPI again today. I'm not super sold on it, though. John Y 540 on MEDS because it was a previous level. So like, look, here's 540. This is the VWAP. You know, I think that's just a nice little dip buy area that I like to use in my own trading. So, you know, it's the VWAP. It's the previous high of pre-market. It just seems like a likely pullback zone. It depends on if it happens. I would rather that happen after the opening bell, though. I don't really want it before the opening bell. I'd rather it be after the bell, if possible. But, you know, regardless, we'll see what happens. Yeah, CLF looks okay. It's steel. Here's the MEDS. And we'll look for it. Maybe we'll buy some. Alright guys, we got about 30 minutes to the opening bell. There's the pullback. It didn't pull back to 540s, but it got close, and this is why we look for these pullbacks. And there's the bounce. Not quite low enough for me to get into, but this is why we look at those levels, guys. But look at that. But it's alright. But yeah, that's why we look at those levels, is because a lot of the time we're going to get nice pullbacks. I also see showing up on the scanners right now is HAPP, H-A-P-P. This is Happiness Biotech. They entered into an electric vehicle distribution agreement with Geely subsidiary. So they reached a a distribution agreement with another company for HAPP, and that just dropped. Let's see what the float is for this one. The float of HAPP is 12 million, so pretty small still. Pretty small float overall. Still worthwhile to watch. Alright, so there's HAP pulling back some. Not really holding the VWAP, which is not really what we want to see. We're still looking at meds here. And look at the beautiful bouncy. And even though it wasn't exact, it was still pretty close. Like, look at this. This was the pullback level we were looking to buy into. I could have scaled in small, I guess, and attacked it. We didn't quite get it. If it would have dropped another 5 cents, I might have taken it. But same strategy, same logic. Beautiful bounce on the pullback to right around that same level. But this is why we look for it. If we can find a VWAP area and a major confirmed level like that right around the same area, it's just a really nice pullback level that I use in my trading. So if you remember Tech Time today, another really kind of similar thing. Hey, Red Sox, go Stros. I know we lost yesterday, but I like the Red Sox this year. The Red Sox are solid, you know. Now here's Meds. Still rip it up. It's at 606 here, guys, for Meds. 606. You know, the Astros are number 2 in the AL this year. Or I guess the AL West. But we're still doing great. We're one of only a few teams that have over a 50% win percentage. But honestly, we're one of the top 3 teams. The National League West is really the powerful one. The Padres, Dodgers, and Giants, all very good teams this year. You know, there's all that news about foreign substances and Trevor Bauer and all that stuff going on. I think they just need to let the pitchers pitch. I'm torn on it. I know it's not really stock related, but if you're a baseball fan, what do you guys think of the foreign substance issue with Trevor Bauer and all the pitchers using sticky substances with their pitching? Do you think they should allow them to keep using it? I think if they stopped letting people use it, we would have more action. We'd have more hits. But if they allow them to continue, then there's going to be less hits, but better pitching, more no-hitters, and stuff like that, so less offense. Anyways, to move back onto stocks, let me know in the chat how you feel about that. MDLY dipping under 1140s. Dipping under 1140s. My watch list, Victor, is right here on the bottom left. So this is my entire watch list right here. Yeah, I know they do have the new ball Robert Cook that just came out, but it's definitely sticky substances, brother. Here's MEDS. Still rip it up. It's at 614s. There's 615s. Hey, my man Sean. Thank you, brother. Y'all be like Sean. Hit that subscribe button if you haven't already. Let's run those subscribe numbers up. The goal for today is 100 subscribers. Yesterday, we broke like 130 subscribers on the day. Today, the goal is 100. So y'all hit that subscribe button. Yeah, for sure, A. Yeah, Bitcoin popping up. I mean, Bitcoin's at 37.7K. It's not quite at 38K. Here's Bitcoin. It's at 37.7. Look at AIHS, guys. AIHS, rip it up here. It's at 104s for AIHS. This is Sinmao Technology. They announced the strategic cooperation with online ride-hailing platform Didi. Under this cooperation agreement, Didi opens the platform and will serve as a ride-hailing order aggregator for Sinmao. So some type of catalyst there for AIHS. We'll see what happens. Cheap stock, but we're going to watch it. We could throw it on our list today, too, on our list of stocks. Still watching any here. We'll see if AIHS can hold 540s. Still watching any. trying to get back over 540. Thank you, Bobby, my man. Appreciate the support, brother. Thank you, man. Yeah, we're watching Clover too. I mean, CLOV, if it can hold the VWAP, that's great. You know, we're gonna watch it for momentum. Hey, thank you, Mike, my man. Appreciate the support, bro. But yeah, you look at Neuro here. The next level, the next kind of pullback level is $6 here. So here's $6. Here's a support level underneath this. Let's see if we bounce here at $6. I think, like, if we're looking at technical trends, I think $6 is a level, and not really 6, more actually 590. I think is that level. That's the level I want to see it hold over. Hey, thank you for all the subscribes today. Thank you very much, team. Appreciate the love, guys. Yeah, CLOV is interesting. I mean, it's up today. Let's see if we can look up some news on it. A lot of people talking about CLOV, and it's interesting. Like I said, we're going to watch it today and see what happens. And honestly, I think this desk is good for me for a lot of different reasons, right? Like, not only can I stand up, which I'm going to switch it to stand up at the opening bell so I can stand and trade standing at the opening bell, but when I sit, I can lower it enough because the other desk I had was too high, or it was too low, and so I had to hunch over to look at things. But with this, I can keep it high enough to where I'm actually sitting up straight, better posture. Hey, thank you for the subscribe, brother. Thank you, man. Appreciate the love, guys. But yeah, CLOB at 1750s. Here's MEDS here. MEDS, let's see if it holds here, guys. This is where I want to see it bounce right here. I was pretty spot on with that 540 level. It didn't quite get there. It got down to 547, but the strategy still remains. And now let's see if we hold at 590, because this is a major support level, and it's really $6. So that's kind of the next progression. I'm not saying it's going to actually hold there. I'm just saying that's the next level that all the other traders that are looking at MEDS are watching. Like, a lot of traders are watching 590 and $6 now, just because it's been confirmed. It was previous high of the day. A lot of people are watching it. Again, here's GameStop now, and GameStop's bouncing back up. It's at 287s here for GameStop. 287s. Again, they had good earnings that dropped, and then they came down from it. So it's interesting where GameStop had good earnings but dropped from it. Now they're rebounding a little bit. They're up to almost 290, so we're going to see what happens with that as well. Still got some talk about CLOV, and CLOV is over the VWAP now. They announced a contract with Clover Health, or Upward Health announced the contract. So this is catalyst driven, guys. So yeah, Upward Health announced a contract with Clover Health to serve patients in 4 states under the new direct contracting initiative. So yeah, deal with another company. They did not discuss the terms for that deal, but CLOV did have a catalyst to deal with another company, and they are moving up over the last few minutes, over the last 30 minutes or so, and pre-market. So we're going to see what happens. There's 1760s here. We'll see if we can actually break that level now. NAKD, guys, is back over the VWAP as well. Here's NAKD. So NAKD is at 78 cents now. So we'll watch NAKD as well. I've traded this one a lot before, and I've had some good results trading it for the most part here. So we're looking at NAKD too. It's at 77, 78 cents. We're watching that. We're going to see what happens. There's MDLY sitting at 1170s. 1170s for MDLY. Still paying attention to that, although I'm less confident in it now because it's underneath the VWAP. So we're still watching it, but you know, we'll see what happens. We're gonna be patient with it. GameStop, again, bouncing back after good earnings. Gapping down technically. That previous closing price is at 302.50s. So that's the level where if it breaks over that, it'll go to green on the day, and that's kind of what we're looking for with this one. MVIS, guys, huge rip up after news came out that it's being added to the Russell 2000. You know, it didn't break the high of the last few days, but it's still up nicely. We'll see if we can break 2340, 2350s today. All right, so MEDS, guys, is kind of consolidating and bouncing right around 590, the level we talked about. Let's see if it holds here, though. Again, it might not because we're right around these highs, but the longer we maintain up here, the better volume we hold up here, the more the VWAP's going to follow it up and in turn be a little bit of an added support level for traders to see.
So we're watching that for MEDS, definitely paying attention to it. It's certainly one of the top watches today, along with ANY and MDLY. Those three are probably our favorite day trading stocks, but then we're holding GNUS still. We're about break even in it. We're going to watch AMC, of course, here. AMC sitting at 48, moving up a little bit with GameStop that had good earnings that dropped. And, yeah, we're just kind of waiting, guys. We'll see what happens. Let me know what your favorite idea is for the opening bell. Let me know what you're looking to get into after the opening bell, guys. IDEX. Yeah, we can look at IDEX. Yeah, IDX is actually ripping. I don't know why I didn't see this one. This is Ideanomics. They're going to join the Russell 3000 index effective June 28th. IDEX is going to join the Russell 2000 or the Russell 3000. So that's pretty good news for IDX. We'll see what happens with that. Hey, thank you for the subscribe, bro. Thank you, man. Hey, thank you, Yoda, my man. Appreciate the support. All right, so IDX up to 360s, 364s. Wish is still pushing up though, guys. Here's Wish. MDLY still trying. Here's CLOV though. CLOV trying to break $18 here. Is this moving up with GameStop and AMC? That's what I'm kind of thinking, I guess. So here's AMC, GameStop, and then we can look at CLOV. Are they moving together here, guys? Like, is that what's going on? Let me know what you think. Ivory says you live down the block from me. That's cool. How do you know that, Ivory? Nick says, hey beginner trading, thanks for everything you are doing. It's awesome that you're talking about something other than just GameStop and AMC. Hey, well, good luck, brother. I hope you kill it, man. I hope you do well. What's up, Cal? So yeah, is CLOV following AMC and GameStop? That's the question. I think it's moving with itself a little bit. I think it's a highly shorted stock. It's up to over 18s now for CLOV. So over 18s now for CLOV. We'll see what happens with it, but highly shorted stock, highly shorted. I think it's also a meme stock that's moving up some too. What's your thought on GM or Volkswagen long term? Those are, I don't really know about those, to be honest. I mean, I know about the companies, obviously, but the long term viability of them, I don't know much about Volkswagen or GM. You know, what I usually, like, if I'm holding something long term, my general philosophy and mentality is to trade what I like and trade what I know. You know what I mean? Like, I'm holding EDR, you know, UFC stock, so I know the UFC, so I hold that one. And so you trade what you know, and you invest in what you know. And I just don't know much about Volkswagen or GM like that. Not really. DOGZ popping up here, guys. So DOGZ is at 218s here. So it's making moves. We're going to see what happens, but DOGZ is making moves as well. Yeah, Wish breakout. I see Wish moving up to WISH. A lot of people talking about Wendy's. Yeah, Wendy's is, you know, Wendy's is Wendy's. I just don't think Wendy's is going to succeed long term. You know, I just don't know anybody that eats at Wendy's. That's the thing. Like Wendy's is not bad. Like, I like Wendy's food. I just don't know enough people that actually eat there. Hey, thank you, Ivory. I appreciate the sub. Not to hate on Wendy's, but like, who eats there? I don't know. It's just not my restaurant of choice. Yeah, I'm still wondering how Ivory knows I live down the street. Wendy's has got, the burgers are fire. Wendy's has got good sides. The sides at Wendy's are on point. I give Wendy's credit there. Like their baked potatoes are good. Their burgers are good too. So Ivory, you're going to come to my stream, say you live down the street, and then not explain yourself? You live down the street from me, how do you know? How do you know? That's my question to you. How do you know that you live down the street from me? DOGZ popping up, though. Let's look at the catalyst. And it's all good either way. Just think about it from my perspective, though. All right, so DOGS is Dogness. They reported Costco is going to feature the company in the new Little Rock, Arkansas, more Oklahoma stores with larger scale rollout planned for October. So Costco is going to be basically featuring them for DOGZ, which is big news for any type of company getting listed and featured in Costco. Dogs is a developer and manufacturer of comprehensive lines of Dogness branded OEM and private label pet products. Is the catalyst, or is what DOGZ is. So looks like a small float. Yeah, those bacon cheese baked potatoes are good, Jim. I'll eat those. Yeah. Benzinga. What's up, Han? Hey, Han, my bad about the other day. I forgot to post your boy's link, bro. I completely forgot about that. So I got you today. Remind me if I forget, bro. But I got you. I'll post that link today. Yeah, CLOV, rip it up, guys. It's at 1860s for CLOV. Hey, we'll see what happens. It's moving, guys. It's moving. We're watching it. Thank you, Alex. Hey, I appreciate the subscribe. Thank you very much. But no, we got CLOV. It's up to 1860s here, guys. 1860s. It's making moves. Let's see if we can break this high right here. So, I'm looking at $19. $19 is the level where if we break and actually hold over that, then we're talking, and then I'm interested in CLOV. I don't know if I'm going to buy it or what I'm going to do, but if we can break over those levels and actually hold, then I might be interested. We got DOGZ sitting at 211s right now. But yeah, looking for other sympathy and other pet stocks. So if DOGZ is moving up, I think, there's going to be sympathy in other pet products. MDLY sitting at 1170s. Wish sitting at 1112, so they're all gapping up some. NVIS still making moves. NVIS is getting ready to test those highs as well. Hey, thank you, Bona. Hey, thank you for the sub. Thank you very much. Y'all hit that subscribe button if you haven't already. Run those like counts up as well, team. But yeah, here's CLOV, and I think this is on everybody's list right now, is CLOV. We got VRNA making moves as well. But CLOV, GameStop, AMC are kind of what I'm looking at right now. AMC's dipping down, though. AMC's down to 47 here, guys. 47 for AMC. Here's DOGZ. It's at 209s. And so there's DOGZ at 205s. We'll see if it actually holds. Again, though, the bell of the ball, if you will, today is CLOV. It's at 1830s. Kind of got up to the pre-market high. The pre-market high is around 1875 or so. So we're going to see if we can break those levels, too. Yeah, MVIS tried to break highs. It's sitting at 23s now. Let's see if we can hold that $23 level. Here's XIN. Meds here still holding, guys. And again, what are we watching? We're watching that 590 level. That's going to be a big level that we're paying attention to after the opening bell as well. That 590 level, just to see if we can hold at that level. All right, so here's CLOV. It's at 1820s. AEMD is gapping up a little bit. It's still gapping down technically on the day, but it's moving up some, I'm trying to say. So WKHS. Yeah, WKHS is all right. We're watching that too. All right, so we got Wish dropping down some. So Wish is down to under 11s now, guys. So Wish is under 11s. I wonder if CLOV is going to follow suit. They're kind of following each other to a certain extent. And again, GameStop and AMC dipped, and now CLOV's dipping down some. AMC kind of bounced back, though. So AMC is right back up to 48. So we'll see. This will tell us if CLOV is following them. If CLOV bounced back up to like 1850s immediately there. That'll tell us if they're following each other closely. Yeah, we're looking at GOEV too, Pam. Here's DOGZ. I don't know. I don't like that pullback under the VWAP here. Thank you, A. I appreciate the love. Thank you, brother. I don't like that pullback under 2, though, for DOGZ. Hey, thank you, Reza. Hey, I appreciate the sub. Thank you very much. But yeah, CLOV, guys, sitting at 1811s. AMC back up to basically $48. GameStop sitting at $285 basically right now. We're looking at Zevo. We're looking at ANY. We're looking at OCGN. We're watching that too. We're watching Mark. BBIG. We got XIN. That looks good. ANY. We got MTSL. Or no, what was it? MDLY is what we're looking at. MDLY, very volatile, low float stock as well. So MDLY, ANY, MEDS, of course. We're looking at MEDS around 590s. We've got a lot of stuff to watch today as well. So a lot of stuff moving. Really, it's low volume relative to earlier in the week. But we got enough stuff moving that we can hopefully find some good action at the opening bell. All right, guys, we got 5 minutes until the open, about a little bit more than 5 minutes until the opening bell. Yeah, we're looking at OCGN. OCGN got hit hard after they came out with the announcement that said that they are going to take a different route with regards to getting FDA approval. They're not going to go the fast track designation or the emergency use authorization route. They are instead going to go the longer term route, and so that is causing more bearish sentiment short term for OCGN. And you can see they gapped down pretty substantially, down to 470s from 9s. So, you know, pretty big gap down, about 50% at the lows. It bounced back though. It's almost back to 7 here, but it's still down pretty big on the day for OCGN, to be honest. AEI looks interesting as well. This is Allset Homes. It looks good too. Yeah, we're looking at CLNE. It's volatile. It's sitting right around the VWAP. GameStop. So we had a strong rise of inflation on the CPI. That's affecting a lot of different stuff. GameStop has a new CEO and CFO, and they reported positive first quarter results. Better than expected first quarter results, I mean. Yeah, for sure, James. A little bit choppy day today. We got a lot of gaps, but a lot of the gaps have slowed down, so it's a slower day for sure. Still better than the last few months mostly, but it's definitely slower than we have been. 5 minutes until the opening bell, guys. A little bit less. I'm going to go ahead and raise my desk. I got a new standing desk, and so I'm going to go ahead and raise this so we can sit down, or so we can stand up after the opening bell, so we can stand here.
All right, guys, let's do this. We got our standing desk. We're ready. Let's see what we get. Let me fix this a little bit. All right, guys, let's do this. I like the standing desk. It's pretty cool. I can stand and get ready for the opening bell standing. All right, guys. So, all right, we got a few other stuff popping up, but mostly MEDS. Still trying to hold at that 590 level. PTZ, DOGZ, I guess I should say. MDLY, ANY, CLOV, GameStop, AMC. Hey, we'll see, Genie. We'll see. Yeah, we'll see if the standing desk actually helps me here. We'll see if it helps me. Honestly, I like it. I can hang out. It helps me be more engaged, to be honest. And it's better for my posture. Like, I have that hiatal hernia, which means my stomach lining protrudes up into my esophagus. It's really bad for me. And sitting, what caused it is just sitting like I do for so long. And so I bought this standing desk in hopes that it would help that, and it should. It should help my posture for sure, which will in turn help that. All right, guys, we got 2 minutes, less than 2 minutes before the opening bell. It's a really cool desk. I'll have to show you guys a picture of it, but it's really cool. All right, guys. I enter trades above the VWAP, Kieran. I never enter below the VWAP. It's just more risky to do so, you know. We can raise it a little bit more even. A little bit more, so we got 40. There we go. All right, guys, AMC sitting at 48.10s. Less than a minute before the opening bell, guys. Good luck today. XELA moving, MEDS moving. Look at that 590 level hold, guys. Look at that beautiful level. That's the level we're watching for MEDS for sure. Here's CLOV, $18. Here goes the opening bell, and it feels good to stand for the open too, because it's like my favorite part of the day. I can, you know, it's just a better format, I think. Better for me when I work. Like, I work a lot. I sit here for hours every day, and so it's just better for me to have the standing desk. Yeah, we're definitely watching MEDS, guys. Here's the opening bell. Good luck, team. Now, there's the bell. Let's trade. MEDS skyrocketing up here. It held at that 590 level, and then it just huge rip up for MEDS. Huge pullback, too. So it ripped up and then immediately pulled back down to $6. So let's see what happens now. We're getting some movement for sure here. Back up to 630s for MEDS. Huge momentum coming in. AMC, on the other hand, guys, is up. It's up to 48.20s for AMC, up to 48.20s. Here's GameStop. GameStop sitting at 284s. ANY sitting at 246. Here's MEDS, though. MEDS is still sitting there. We'll see if it holds at these levels. Guys, it's one of the reasons I wait 2 minutes or so at least before I decide to jump in anything, because this can be a really volatile time in the market. So y'all just be careful, guys. But MEDS at 620s, making moves. Wish is pushing up. CLOV is down to 1750. AMC is up to 48.70s, getting ready to test that previous closing price. We got GameStop sitting at 286.50. XIN sitting at 285s. XELA up. I'm still in Genius here. It's basically break even on the day. Nothing too crazy on that one.
MDLY down. So again, what we look for most of the time, guys, is we look for drops and then reversals. So we want to see drops, and then when we want to see reversals where we can attack reclaims of the VWAP after drops at the opening bell. Like, that's mostly what we want to see. And so look at Wish, guys. Wish just popped up big to the 1150 level for Wish. Here's CLOV. Still watching Meds. We got the pre-market high right around 640 now for Meds. Here's DOGZ, guys. DOGZ is hammering up, absolutely ripping up big. All right, so DOG's one we're watching for sure. Here's MEDS, absolutely hammering up as well. I think some of these are going to get halted, so y'all be careful. But this is big momentum here, guys. Big momentum. Dude, TOS lags so much, bro. So much. It's like I didn't even click buy, and it just literally, like, just me clicking the screen freezes it up. Like, it lags so much, bro. Like, they need to just pay the programmers to update it, man. Like, I get it, it's expensive, but, like, they need to pay the programmers to actually update the platform. All right, NCTY, we're looking at that rip up here. I'm seeing AMC. Meds, still looking good. I think Meds is halted. Let's see. No, Meds is not halted yet. All right, so any dropped, A and Y dropped. We do have a pullback on MEDS. I'm really considering. Here's that opening range high dip we talked about. The VWAP's not quite low enough or high enough up there for me, so we're gonna wait on that one. So not quite low enough there for the VWAP. Not quite. We're gonna wait. All right, so Meds did pop up. It's at 670. He's holding a little bit here, guys. Looks good. Trying to be patient with it. All right, we're scalping out of DOGZ here. We're making some money on this. Here's DOGZ. We're in 100 shares left. We're going to scale out here at these highs. We're up about 30 bucks. And we're going to see what we want to do on the rest of this. Luckily, we've scaled out of most of the position. If it can't hold over this pre-market high right here, then we're just going to get out. But if it can hold there, we'll let it test and continue up. Yeah, there's the rejection. There's 20s. Again, we can let it test. Get out of a little bit more just to protect the trade. Holding 25 shares left of DOGZ. And we're just going to see if we can actually break this 220 level and really hold. That's what we want to see. We just want to see it break and hold. And we could give it time to do so. Hey, nice, MK. Hey, happy you learned a bunch, brother. Hey, what's up, Michael? Hey, we're green right now. All right, so here's the test. Nice, beautiful rip up. Still in a little bit of shares. There's 27s. So we got a little bit more. We're in 10 shares, and we could let the rest ride for DOGS, but we call it the pullback here. Again, what we got, guys, like I said, we're looking for reclaims of the VWAP, and so the strategy we used here, we got in a reclaim of the VWAP, and then we bought this pullback right here. Works really well. One of my favorite strategies in the market. And again, I mean, we didn't use the opening range high, but we used this high from pre-market that we could have right around the same spot where we just buy this pullback here and just try to ride the bounce up, attacking that range, if that makes sense. Like, that's what we did. Works really well. Something I do a ton, and we're probably going to get out the rest here if it can't hold. Yeah, we're just going to get out. Small enough size to where it doesn't matter. But we're up about 30 bucks on the day early, and we'll see what else we find today. I see YRD making moves. YRD's up to the 490s, but not enough volume for me to really be interested in it. MVIS still trying. Bingo, BNGO moving up. AMC trying to get back over the previous closing price and hold. So AMC is technically green on the day, guys. So AMC is technically green on the day. I also see ANY moving up here, guys. So I see ANY making some moves up. So we're looking at ANY as well here. Let's see if we can get over the VWAP. It needs to get over the VWAP and hold, and then maybe we'll buy the dip to the VWAP if it can. But yeah, AMC back over $50, making moves here, guys. So AMC back over 50. Well, it's over the previous closing price, and it's technically green on the day now, which is all very good things for AMC. Like, those are all good things for it. ATOS. Yeah, ATOS popping over the previous close as well. Looks good. Wish dipped. Yeah, but ATOS guys making moves. Looks good. Here's Meds. Still looking good at 618s. DOGZ. Still consolidating. Doesn't look bad. Just kind of maintaining over the VWAP right now. We'll see if it holds over the VWAP. But right now I'm looking at like MDLY show up on the scans here. Look at MDLY. I believe this is... Yeah, MDLY looking okay. We'll see what we get with that one. ANY still trying. Med's starting to try to rebound some too. Still looking at A and Y. See if we can get over the VWAP here. Here's AMC. See if it holds at $50 now. That's what I really want to see it hold at $50 is what we really want to see. Hey, thank you, X. Thank you, bro. Appreciate the support, brother. So we're scalping MDLY here. And 15 shares left. Hey, thank you, Lewis, my man. Appreciate the support. 10 shares left. Just kind of scalping these high breaks. See if we get the break.
All right, we made about 16 bucks on MDLY, little gain, but that's our second trade of the day. So far, so good. You know, we're up about $45 on the day, aside from GNUS, which we're down a little bit on, but we're still up in the trade already. We'll hold this one. Luckily, we took most of our profit off on that one already. Hey, thank you, Brian. Appreciate the sub, bro. Look at MEDS bounce back. MEDS is making that U-shaped pattern. We'll see if it can actually hold the VWAP there, too. ATOS is pulling back to the previous close as well as 450, so we'll see if ATOS holds there as well. But again, a very similar strategy that I talked about earlier. If you look at it with MDLY here, very similar strategy. So we get that reclaim of the VWAP at the opening bell, and we just bought the pullback to it. So we just bought this pullback here at 12, rode the bounce up. Maybe not exactly at 12, but we just rode this quick bounce up. We're scalping this bounce. We're not holding it long term. So regardless of what it does now, we're already out of it. So we're just catching this little bounce at the VWAP short term. ATOS is dipping, but MEDS, guys, MEDS is starting to rip up. Here's MEDS. It's up to 650, back over the VWAP, so we're looking at that too. What's up, Caitlin? Yeah, SPY's making big moves here. It's up to 420s with higher inflation, so interesting. ZIVO showing up on the scans. Look at ZIVO here, guys. Huge rip. Incredibly small float. Y'all be careful with this one. Very, very small float. OSAT too. Both of these are very small float stocks. Lot of volatility and potential, but you know, y'all be careful. Very small floats. ANY over the VWAP now. We'll see what we do with this one. Here's ZIVO. We're still looking at that. Meds is still up too. Was gonna buy the pullback in MEDS down to the 250s, but we'll wait. All right, so we did just buy the pullback in ANY. I mean, not quite the pullback we wanted, but it's big enough, I guess. We might add to this one, actually, if it gets down to 250, too. We'll see. MEDS is ripping up, too, so MEDS is starting to pop. Just out of protection, we're going to take a little bit off here. Just out of protection. Keep it small. Take a little bit more off there. Scalping out the rest as we get some strength coming in. And this is the exact same strategy we talked about in Tech Time today. So if you guys remember, small trade, you know, we're up about 50-something, $55 on the day. But same strategy we talked about during Tech Time, which is that we have that opening range high right here. When we break over that, we buy the pullback to it. And that's all we really do. And if we can get the VWAP right around the same spot like this, then we enjoy buying the pullback even more, and we like it even better. MEDS, guys, is ripping up. Small trade, though. That's a pretty small trade. MEDS popping up. It's at 713s here, so it's making moves. Let's see what happens with MEDS now. A lot of stuff making moves. OSAT, ZIVO. These are interesting. ATOS had a beautiful bounce at that previous closing price. So look at how relevant the previous closing price is. Look at ATOS pull back exactly down to that level. Like exactly down to the same level. SPRT is popping up, guys. It's over 40. It's over 4. So SPRT is making pretty big rips too.
for SPRT. But yeah, we got LEDS up to 22s. So LEDS is making moves as well. Any still pushing up to 265s. No losses today yet. Here's Meds up to 7 for Meds, up to 7. But no losses today in day trading, that is. We're down $7 in GNUS, and we might just get out of this. Or no, this is an investment, so I guess we'll hold this. We'll try to hold it. You know, we'll see what happens. SPRT still pushing, though. You know, I was really thinking about buying this VWAP pullback, but the float is so small with Zevo, it's too risky. So I'm glad I stopped myself from doing so because I really thought about it. OSAT is actually halted too, and it should resume at 48, which is in 1 minute for OSAT. So OSAT should resume in 1 minute. MDLY got rejected at the VWAP. Still looking at DOGZ. It's starting to push back up. This is our biggest gain of the day so far. But MEDZ or MEDS is ripping up too. AMC over $50, got up to $51.50. So AMC is starting to pop too. We got GameStop here sitting at 274s that we're looking at as well. Let me know what your favorite stock is that's moving right now. SPRT at 4s. I don't know what this one's doing. I can't tell if it's halted or what. It looks halted, I guess, but we're going to see. We got MEDS sitting here as well. MVIS. Yeah, MVIS just broke over the highs of the last few days. So look, the high of the last few days was up there, you know, over here at like 23.50. So we're over that. We're at 23.70s now for MVIS. So MVIS is popping off, making moves. Looks interesting. MEDS is pulling back some here. And I wonder if this would be a good dip buy to the VWAP. I don't know if it would. There's 650 bounce, so maybe we missed it here for it. So far, no losses in day trading yet. RGLS is pushing up. DOGZ is making highs again. And again, this is what we made most of our money on today. ATOS is still consolidating at 450, so we're looking at that too. GameStop, yeah, GameStop, it's interesting, man. It's like they had good earnings, appointed new CFO and CEO, but they're still down. They're still gap down, and they're down on the day. So it kind of shows you, like, a lot of traders that are new, they just try to buy good earnings, right? But that's not going to work. Stock market is really weird in that a stock can have great earnings, good catalyst, and tank from it. You know, and a stock can have a bad catalyst and rip up from it. And so you never really know in the market. It's one of the more interesting parts about the stock market. Here's MEDS pulling back to 650. Maybe we'll get the bounce. I see NFT stocks starting to move. So I see OCG, I see TKAT, YVR, MOSY, MOSY. CLOV is consolidating around that previous closing price. So let's see if CLOV can hold there at 17. Let's see if it can hold. We're also looking at Wish. Wish is making moves too. CrowdStrike, yeah. All right, so Med's dumping down here. So Med did not bounce at 650s. It's at 620s. Pulling back underneath the VWAP. Looking pretty weak, to be honest. What is SPRT doing? Is this halted? It's got to be. Okay, so SPRT should resume right now. So let's see if SPRT resumes. It should. All right, so let's see if it resumes. Look at TKAT. TKAT popping up. Hey, I'm good, Giannina. I appreciate it. We're good. Yeah, I don't mind the little 250 level, but it's under the VWAP now, so I don't trust it. Joel. We'll see. Alright, so is SPRT going to resume or what? I mean, it got halted at 45. It's now 51, so it's not a 5-minute halt. We'll see when it resumes. I don't know why it's halted. Looks kind of weird. So NFT stocks, TKAT, a lot of stuff's tanking right now. So we got MDLY, which I made money on earlier. It's dropping now, so luckily we got out of that one when we did. Same thing with MEDS, although we didn't make money with this one, but it's dropping below the VWAP. Let's see what happens here. It's at 630s. We're waiting on that one too. Any kind of the same thing. I made a little bit on it earlier, but again, luckily we got out of it. It's down to 240s. And you can see I'm out of all these positions. You can see it on the chart here. I see Lizzie, L-I-Z-I, starting to make moves. L-I-Z-I in the penny stock world, under $10, starting to make moves. Let's see if it actually holds any of these gains here. But L-I-Z-I just broke over the high of the last 2 days, which was right around 815 or so. And it's up to 820s right now for Lizzie, L-I-Z-I. Meds just dumping down to 620s. A&Y dropping too. TKAT, so NFT stocks are moving some. So the NFT stocks are moving. And that is like OCG, YVR, TKAT. There's like JFIN. There's a bunch of NFT stocks that we can watch. XIN starting to head back up. It's still below the VWAP, so I'm just not confident in it yet. Small float too, so very risky there. MBIS still consolidating around $24. Alright, so it looks like SYPR resumed, I guess. Yeah, so SYPR resumed. Weird. It's like a 7-minute halt. Strange. SIG. Not enough volume for SYPR, though. Here's SIG. Yeah, SIG. Very strong move for SIG for SIG Jewelers. Very strong move. DOGZ just tanked too, so, you know, luckily, this is why I scalp, is because a lot of these are not going to hold, and I'm not trying to get stuck in them, so this is exactly why I scalp, and luckily, we've made a decent amount of money today, but if we would have held on to any of these, they would have all just tanked. Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and get out of GNUS break even. So I got out completely break even on GNUS. But that was a swing trade, so that wasn't a day trade today. In day trading, we're up $55 or so today. So good day. Nice little day. We hit our goal already, and it's pretty early. It's not even 10 a.m. So we'll see what else we can find today. We're still kind of hanging out waiting for some moves that we can hopefully, potentially take advantage of. ANY at 240s. Zevo down, MDLY down, MEDS down, DOGZ down. So weird, everything's down. Let's see if we can find anything else making moves. New showing up on the scans. Here's new. Looks like a larger float stock, but it's moving. Not enough volume for me right now. But new's getting something. So there's some stuff going on with it. It's just not quite good enough volume for me yet. Look at ATOS here too. So like ATOS is still bullish, and at least the trend is, and it's holding at that previous closing price again. Very small range for this one, but we can still watch ATOS. Hey, thank you, Solanto. Hey, I appreciate it. Y'all hit that subscribe button if you haven't already, guys. Certainly appreciate the support. Yeah, we made money on DOGZ earlier. It's just kind of consolidating now. It's still green on the day, but it's underneath the VWAP. So, like, in order for us to trade it, I'd really like to see it over 214 at the VWAP and that 220 previous pre-market high. If it can't do that, I'm not going to trade it anymore. I might not trade it anyway, but like I'm definitely not going to trade it if it can't get over the VWAP at least. OCG, NFT play, up to 580s. All right, so it looks like SPRT finally started getting some volume rolling in. Weird. Somebody took a big position here in this one, so SPRT starting to rip. It got halted on pretty low volume earlier, and now it's just kind of acting weird, to be honest. This is support.com. Circuit breaker halt earlier. Not seeing any catalyst to cause this, though. If you know why SPRT is moving, let me know. I also see ANY back over the VWAP. ANY is at 250s right now. Wish is starting to pop back up as well. Let's see about CLOV. GameStop down to 270s on the day too. Interesting. Hey, thank you for the subscribe. Thank you very much. Appreciate the support. Look at OSAT, guys. OSAT at 718s. All right, so ATOS still bouncing at that previous closing price. Again, we're looking at SPRT. It's just acting a little weird relative to some of these other stocks. This one got halted on low volume. Now the volume's too light. It's too polarized. Huge moves up and down, and then slow, and then big moves and then slow, and then big moves and then slow. So SPRT just too risky. Thank you, Tim. Thank you for the subscribe, bro. Appreciate it. Y'all hit that subscribe button if you haven't already on this channel. And SPRT trying to hold at 410s. We'll see what happens. Let's try it. Guys, it's trying to hold. We'll see. We're up like $55. Small on the day, but it's less than 30 minutes after the bell. Thank you, Vincent. There's OSAT. It's at 720, so we're watching that. All right, Wish, guys. Wish. WISH. Pop it up big. It's at 1140s, guys, for Wish. 1140s. Making pretty big moves here, too. So if this thing can break 1160, like look at the high of the day. It's that opening range high of the day right there. And we also have the pre-market high at 1180s. If we could break those levels, then we're talking, and I'm interested in it. NVFY is showing up on the scans. We're still watching Wish, though. No, that one's not that good. MDLY. What did NAKD do today? NAKD's down. GameStop down. AMC. AMC's still green. So AMC's trying to hold over the previous closing price. So this is like the previous closing price at 49.30s. We're trying to hold over that. Here's CLOV. Wish. OSAT trying to hold over the VWAP, which is like kind of a milestone that is trying to break over. Should have bought the Tesla dip I talked about earlier. I was trying to buy the Tesla dip at 600 today. Should have done it. New, still pushing up. Pretty small range and low volume though. Any back over 450s, back over the VWAP here. Let's see if it actually holds for maybe like a VWAP reclaim. That's kind of what I'm looking at. Thank you, Han. Thank you. Hey, I appreciate the support. Thank you, Zen. Hey, my man. Appreciate the support. Hey, y'all hit that subscribe button if you haven't already here. We do this live for free every single day right here on YouTube. All right, so any is back over the VWAP. It's back at 250s. Hey, thank you, business, my man. Appreciate the support, brother. See, everybody's doing it, guys. Just try it one time. See how it feels. Hit the subscribe button. Do it now. You know you want to. We got XBIO making moves up. We got Mosi here. New still pushing up. Not a big enough range for me. ATOS still trying to hold the previous close, but we haven't seen anything that we like enough yet. Not enough momentum, to be honest, right now. So we're still waiting, guys. So we got a lot of equity to trade today, but we got to wait for setups that look good. And it's one of the reasons why I'm as accurate as I am, is because I'm waiting for these A-plus setups. And so, you know, we haven't had a losing trade after the opening bell. Aside from G and US, which was a swing trade, all of our day trades have been green. We're running 100% accuracy with our day trades today. And one of the ways we're able to do that pretty consistently, to be honest, in the market is by just waiting for good volume plays. By waiting for good volume plays, it allows us to get into the best examples of the system and strategy, or the best examples of the strategies we're using, the best instances, I should say, of the strategies we're using. And so with that, if y'all can learn anything from that, it's really about waiting for good volume. A lot of new traders, a lot of traders in general, are actually profitable traders. They just have these really big drawdowns in their account, and the drawdowns are from them either getting bored and taking low volume positions or taking trades that aren't in their system. And so if you can learn to condition yourself to not force those type of moves and just to wait for good volume in the setups you're looking for, if you're trading momentum, that is, then you'll usually have much better results by just waiting and being patient. If you're not patient and you take low volume, boring trades, then you're going to have big drawdowns in your account that ultimately negatively affect your system and strategies. So a lot of people are actually profitable. They're just not patient. They're just not patient. Yeah, I see meds. Hey, thank you, Ramona. Yeah, we broke 70K. Really excited about it. Yeah, BlackBerry, kind of neutral right now. Not really much going on with that. We're still looking at meds here. Meds is popping up. If we could break over this high right here at 720s and hold, then we're looking okay. I'm using TOS, Thinkorswim. It depends, Robert. So the PDT rule only applies if you have a cash, or if you have a margin account. If you have a cash account, there's no PDT rule. You can day trade as much as you want with a cash account. I have a cash account. I have a $15,000 cash account. But there's no PDT rule for me. I just have to manage my equity because it takes 2 days for my funds to settle after each trade. And so if I spend $1,000, if I buy 1,000 shares of a $1 stock and spend $1,000 in equity, I have to wait 2 business days to get that $1,000 credited back into my account to use to trade again. And so the way you really do it is you just use half of your equity per day to where that way you don't really run out. So I get about 7.5K per day to trade and aside from that, have unlimited amount of trades I can get into as long as I don't spend over $7,500 per day. But if you have a margin account, you're restricted to 3 per week, which is very low. What's up, Mo? Yeah, I see MVIS rip it up. Huge today. Should have held, bro. I should have held that one. Hey, thank you, Adrian. I appreciate the support. Thank you very much. Hey, thank you for the subscribe. Thank you very much. We're still looking at MEDS. That's our favorite one right now. I'm not trading it yet. We just want to see it hold these levels. Like, we don't want to see a double top right here. So, like, we want to see it hold 680 and continue. ANY still moving up, though, too. So, ANY did end up popping up over 260s. So, there goes ANY. It's up to 266 right now. I mean, it depends, man. 3 trades a week is a lot, or is not a lot. You know, 3 trades a week. It's not even that it's not a lot. It's that in the beginning, OCC guys is popping up. It's that in the beginning, you want to get your reps in as a trader. Like, you're gonna need to get experience in as a trader, and so you should be trading with very, very, very small size. But you should be trying to get as much experience as possible in the beginning for your trading, right? If you're restricted to 3 day trades per week, you're never going to learn how to do it. You're never going to learn because it's going to take you so long to get your reps in as a trader. So, yeah, I mean, that's the flaw. The PDT rule is also ridiculous in that they say it's to protect traders, but you're essentially making some new traders spend $25,000 on their first day trading account. And most traders are going to lose their first few accounts, really. So if you make somebody use $25,000 for their first day trading account, you're basically making them lose $25K. It's almost a certainty, which is absolutely ridiculous. And you could say, well, don't use all your account, but like, what new trader, especially day trader, do you know that's going to be able to have risk management in any significant way? Not many. And so you're basically making a new trader lose over 20 grand under the facade of protecting them. You know, it's one of the reasons the PDT rule is just dumb. You know, you got to let people trade what they want to trade. You know, really, the PDT rule is really just to protect your broker, give them more time to settle funds and keep your money, make interest on it. Like, that's really what the PDT rule is about, to be honest. At least, of course, my own subjective, speculative opinion. You know, SEC, I love you, but I'm just saying. DOGZ back up here as well, kind of following MEDS a little bit. It looks like they're very similar patterns. They're different sectors completely. Meds is a healthcare app, and DOGZ is a pet company. But they're very similar charts. Here's DOGZ and here's Meds. Look how similar these are. So, you know, maybe a little bit of sympathy going on. Sometimes it doesn't make sense, but sometimes you get sympathy with these type of things. ANY though, guys, up to 265. Yeah, and I see a lot of people like learn on paper. You can learn on paper, but it's not going to be the same. Your emotions are completely different on paper. But yeah, if you want to check out Webull, guys, it's a good way to help support the channel here. You know, we don't charge for any of our content. It's all free. We don't even claim to be an expert or anything like that. We don't sell a course. We don't charge for any of our actual content, that is. But if you want to help support the channel, you can do so by using one of our affiliate links. We do have a Webull link, and so if you open up an account, you get a free stock on Webull. If you deposit $100, you get another free stock. There's zero commission on Webull and free paper trading, more importantly than anything else. If you're trying to learn trading and you're new and you don't have a Webull account, you're slacking. You're missing out. Webull, free paper trading, zero commission, and just for opening up an account, you get a free stock, and for depositing $100, you get another free stock. So there's that link if you want to check it out on Webull. ANY rip it up here, guys. Up to 270s right now. The market itself is reversing pretty quickly here too. Here's the SPY. So it's reversing pretty big. We'll see what happens with this. Hey, thank you, Sid. My man, appreciate the support, brother. Thank you, dude. Wish just dumped down here, too. Wish just dumped down here. Here's DOGZ. We'll see what happens with this one. Here's OSAT. We're looking at that. I see RHE. I see meds. I just jumped in 100 shares of meds. And we're going to see if we get the bounce here. I might add a little bit more and take my swing for the day. I just don't want to see a dump down here. So we might add one more lot now that we've scaled into this one. All right, so we're in with 200 now. And we're going to see if we get that pop up to 7. And we will scale out of this one very, very quickly if we can. We just want to see it pop over 7. There's 94s. All right, there's a green. All right, so we took half off there in 100 shares now. All right, so we popped up to 7. There's 7 again. Let's see if we can break 7 now. Oh, man, it dips so fast. This is the problem when you're scalping sometimes, is that it'll dip so fast that you'll miss being able to take advantage of it. I mean, we're fine in it, but frustrating. It just dips so quick. I mean, we're still green. We didn't lose on it, but I guess maybe it was a good thing. We just missed the profit we were trying to take in it. I guess we'll let the rest sit just in case it does pop up big, but frustrating. All right, so there's the rip. We would have gotten a nice push over 7. Would have been a beautiful trade. Luckily, we're catching this pop, and we just made $20 from it. Frustrated because mismanaged it a little bit, but green is good. And whoa, we got out of that just in time. Somebody just slammed out. Somebody just unloaded big size. Wow. Y'all be careful, guys. Somebody just unloaded huge sizing here. It's one of the reasons I take profit at these highs instead of being greedy with it. Somebody had some big size with MEDS. Who knows who did, but somebody just unloaded there with big size. So y'all be careful. I'm so happy I take profit at these highs, because this is why I do it. Because traders like me are taking profit there. Like profitable traders, like experienced traders are taking profit at these high of the day breaks. Like traders, like new traders will do this. They'll buy these highs. You're going to get burned buying high of the day breakouts like that. The reason you're going to get burned is because experienced traders like me are taking profit at these highs, right? They're not trying to ride that breakout. That's too extended of a breakout. Like traders are just dumping into that too fast and too much, too often. And so what you'll see me do is you'll see me do exactly what I did, which is take I'll start to scale out on the bounce, and then I'll get out the rest at these high breaks. If I can get into that strength, great. But if you get greedy and you try to just buy these high of the day breakouts, like a lot of new traders do, this is what's going to happen. You're going to get burned. And at the same time, though, to be fair, these are somewhat unavoidable. Like everybody's going to get caught in these sometimes. And so there's nothing you can really do. You're going to get stuck in these a percentage of the time, no matter what you do, no matter how good of a trader you are. But like one of the ways you could protect yourself in these type of trades is taking profit around those highs. Like that's what I do. It works really well. You gotta be quick. Yeah, I mean, Jim, like I said, buying high of the day breakouts like this is going to be a losing strategy, guys. Like, no offense to anybody that trades these high of the day breakouts. Buying just these high of the day breakouts, it's going to be a losing strategy. I've been there. I've tried trading high of the day breakouts. It does not work like that. Like, the reason it doesn't work is because traders like me are taking profit there. And so, you could try to trade the breakout. It might work a small percentage of the time. And I think what happens to new traders is that they get into one of those trades and it works out for them once. And so they have an unrealistic expectation for that setup. It's not going to work out a ton. Like most of the time, like think about it. It's going to be extended by the time it gets to this level. Traders are going to be taking profits. They're going to be more prone to selling. So if you just try it, like it's one of the reasons I really don't buy high of the day breakouts that much. Like I buy pullback trades instead because they're more profitable. I buy pullbacks like this. This is where I got in. And then this is where I got out. I'm not attacking that breakout. That breakout's going to fake you out like this a huge percentage of the time. It's just not going to be a winning system. And I think a lot of the time new traders specifically get caught in this limbo where the only sign of strength that they know is buying high of the day breakouts. It's like the only sign of strength like a lot of new traders know. And so in turn, they just get stuck where they're only buying high of the day breakouts. They're only buying high of the day breakouts. And high of the day breakouts are going to fake you out a huge percentage of the time. A ton of the time, you're going to get faked out with high of the day breaks. And so instead, it's usually better to buy pullbacks. Buying pullbacks to the VWAP, buy pullbacks to that opening range. That's the best way to approach it for me. And it's a subjective thing, but like that's how I approach it. And you guys see the system I'm using. Works really well. I'm up $75 today or so with a relatively small account. And I can do that over and over again. Like I lost in GNUS, but this is my trades today, guys. Like I lost in GNUS, but that was a swing trade, and I actually broke even in that trade. So this was GNUS. It was a swing trade, so it doesn't count. Like every day trade I've gotten into today has been green. And you guys know I got into this yesterday. It's actually completely break even. I think I made like 50 cents from this trade. But on the day it says I'm down $13 because I was up like 14 and then it dropped today, so I just got out of it break even. So this is even a break even trade. But if we're looking at my day trades, I mean this is my P&L. I'm up $73 on the day just with day trading. Green. And the way I'm able to do that, guys, is by following my system like that. Like there's a specific way I'm following my system, and I'm avoiding high of the day breaks because high of the day breakouts fake you out a huge percentage of the time. They really do. Like high of the day breakouts, guys, a lot of new traders take it. I don't mean to sound like a broken record. A lot of new traders will buy high of the day breakouts and they just get faked out over and over and over again. But it's like it's the only sign of strength that they know, and so they just kind of keep doing it. And I get it, but it's like what helped me as a trader is when I started buying pullbacks and I started looking for better risk to reward entries instead of just buying high of the days and then getting slammed down every time I did it. And yeah, I mean, like I said, I'm not hating on breakout buyers. Like, there's certain breakout strategies that can be profitable, for sure. But buying high of the day breakouts extended away from the VWAP, like MEDS, is usually not the right move. So, like, buying this type of breakout where, like, let me clear this out, like clear my technicals out for MEDS. Like, if you look at MEDS here, look how extended it is away from the VWAP. So, like, I might buy a breakout if it's less extended. But at this point in time, this thing is crawled up all the way up here. And so it's extended away from the VWAP, which means volume didn't really follow it up like that either. And so, you know, there's places for breakouts, I think, and I don't think that was one of them. But I think at the same time, to be fair, I think moves like this are somewhat unavoidable. I think they're going to happen, and there's nothing you can really do about it. And you just got to take the loss when you get it and learn from it, you know. DOGZ just did a VWAP bounce. I mean, this could bounce back. It just has to hold over the VWAP. Yeah, I like that 220 pre-market high pullback area too for DOGZ. I missed it though. It's a little bit extended now. I'm too skilled. Nah, I mean, I'm going to be updating my mic sometime soon. I could turn it a little bit and see if that fixes it. I'm going to be updating my mic sometime soon though. Yeah, for sure, Martin. Martin says, the problem with buying high of the day breaks is you have to be disciplined to have a set stop in place because it can rip down and you won't be quick enough to exit manually. Yeah, for sure. You got to have hotkeys set up with automatic stop losses. You sound sniffy, homie. My nose is stopped up, bro. It's most likely just from acid reflux, though. So, like, I am a little sniffy, but it's mostly just from acid reflux, bro. Like, every day when I wake up in the morning, my nose is completely stopped up. I gotta use, like, those, Alright, we're scalping a little bit in futures, too. Here's my futures trades right now. This is Top Step, guys, so if you want to use this platform, I'll post the link in chat. Trying to get out the rest here. I'm just going to go ahead and sell. So we're up 160 on that for Top Step. But, yeah, this is futures trading. There's no PDT rule in futures, and so if you want to try to get funded in the futures market through Top Step, they're a funded account program. What they do is they give you a demo, and if you can hit the target while following their rules, then you get funded in that market with the same amount as the demo. The base one is 30K, so if you take that 30K demo and you hit their profit target, you follow their rules, then you get funded in that market. You get funded 30K with an 80% split. They're regulated in the U.S. They pay out millions per year to the withdrawals and profitable traders. They fund thousands. Last year they funded over 6K, and there's funded account programs from 30K, which is the base one. It's $120 if you use my link and get 20% off. But they have ones all the way up to over 100K. They have different packages like that. And so if you want to check them out, here's the link. I'm not the best futures trader, but they're regulated here in the U.S. They're located in the U.S. and they pay out millions per year to their traders. So check them out. There's the link if you want to see it. I'll pin it to the top of the page if you want to help support the channel. I am certainly biased in their favor, though, because I get a commission if you sign up through me through this link. So I'm certainly biased in their favor, but if you want to help support your boy here, check it out. There's the link. You can see futures is very similar to day trading. There's no PDT rule. You buy market, buy bid, sell ask, all that good stuff. And I think Top Step is good if you want to learn futures because you're not going to be risking what you would if you tried to do it on your own. And you're also going to have some pressure on you to succeed, so it's going to kind of condition you to trade under pressure, which is good. So check it out, guys, if you want to try to get funded in those markets. Here's DOGZ consolidating. We'll see what happens with it. We're waiting on it. Meds is back up, but I don't trust Meds after that dump. That dump shows me specifically that there's some big-time traders in this thing. The float is small, and so a lot of the time, big-time traders are manipulating this thing. So sometimes, like big-time gurus specifically, will call these type of stocks out. They'll be like, yo, I'm in this stock, and they'll pump it up to their following, and then when it hits those high levels like that, they'll just unload hundreds of thousands of shares on their following. You know, that happens very often with a lot of these big-name gurus that people follow. So yeah, y'all be careful. With that said, with the float being small and with that slam down there, I'm going to be really careful with MEDS moving forward. There's just a lot of risk with it. You know, it shows me that there's some big traders involved and you know, I'm just trying to pick my spots. I don't know if I like that spot, you know. Yeah, Wish is dumping down here. Here's Wish. Clove too. Clove and Wish are both dumping down too. A and Y still moving up. Profitable day though. Really nice day so far. We hit our goal pretty easily. And so even though the morning was a little bit slower with regards to like the volume and all that stuff, it's still not a bad day. AMC is still kind of trying to sit over 50. Yeah, still looking at Meds. We're going to see if it gets back up there. I think a lot of traders are watching it now. Well, I moved my computer, and my computer is running way better. It's not making a bunch of rocket noises. It's not, the fans aren't super loud. And so maybe my computer is going to run smoother now. Knock on wood, you know. Here's Sol, SOL. SOL just popped up big here, guys. At 1050s. Yeah, two-way saying he's making some money. What the heck, man? Is my keyboard dead? I think my computer, my keyboard just died. Oh, wait. Okay, there we go. All right, so here's Meds. What about DOGZ? I mean, that one's kind of interesting for DOGZ. I see Live my size here moving. Meds is starting to move back up too, but we'll see what happens with that. All right, so Meds is pushing back up here, guys. It's making moves up there. It's getting there. All right, so let's see if Meds can break 7 here. Let's see if Meds can break 7. I do like standing up a lot more, I gotta say. It's probably better for me too. All right, so MEDS getting up to $7 here and rejecting. Let's see if it holds. Whole dollar level, kind of a milestone on the chart right now. So let's see if it gets over 7 here. Yeah. Here's Any here. We're still watching Any. Any about to break highs, guys. Look at Any. A and Y. There's high break. It's at 292s right now for A and Y. Still making nice moves here, too. Alright, so here's a little pullback to 280s. We'll see if we bounce back up quick. There's 280s. I see RPHM. Here's the SPY. SPY still green on the day, kind of pulling back to the VWAP. Meds still kind of easing up there to 7s. Yeah, definitely better for you. Sardonic. 100%, brother. Here's PRPH making moves. And he's still trying. It's at 9s.
What's up, Doc? Yeah, MEDS is still trying, guys. It's still trying to get back up there. We'll see what happens. I'm going to have to get out of here pretty early today. I got a doctor's appointment at 10:30 my time. So, I got a doctor's appointment in like 40 minutes. So we're going to have to certainly be closed down by 11 a.m. market time for sure. So how many push-ups we got today? We don't have that many. We got like 40, right? Yeah, we got like 38. Okay, that's cool. We don't have time to do a ton anyway. So we're going to start working on these push-ups, guys. And check out the new room. Like, we're kind of organizing the room a little bit. Check it out. Check it out. We're going to start doing the push-ups early today. We got kind of a mess over here, but like, check it out. Let me make sure you guys can see everything. That actually works really well for the push-ups too. All right, guys. So we're going to start the push-ups early today. Guys, remember to hit that subscribe button if you haven't already. Check out Top Step if you want to try to get funded in the futures or Forex market. But yeah, thank you, Omar. Thank you, guys. Y'all, like I said, y'all check out Top Step if you want to try to get funded. Check out Benzinga as well, guys. Benzinga is super helpful in finding a lot of these big moves in the market. There's the Top Step link. Here's the Benzinga link as well. Benzinga is really fun, or not really fun, really useful in identifying a lot of these big moves in the market. There's the Benzinga link. And again, the easiest way to help support me is through Webull. Open up a Webull account, you get a free stock. Deposit $100, you get another free stock. Zero commission, stock options trades, free paper trading on Webull. So you get free stocks, free paper trading, zero commission. Check it out here. I'll post the link if you want to try to sign up through Webull. Also, guys, we got our first episode of Trader Rehab, the podcast / show, dropping this weekend. So here's the Webull link. You can check out Trader Rehab. Go subscribe to that channel, guys. Two-Way and I, it's a podcast show where we listen to traders, like new traders, and we try to give them realistic advice on how to succeed. They tell us about what they're struggling with, holes in their game, what they're doing well in, and we give them realistic advice on how to get better. And that's what the show is about. It's called Trader Rehab. If you want to be a part of the show, email me at beginnertrading@gmail.com. Beginnertrading@gmail.com. You can be on an episode of the show if you'd like. If you want to sub to the show and see it debut this weekend, here's the link. You can check that out. You can be a part of the show. There's the link to Trader Rehab. Again, email me at beginnertrading@gmail.com if you want to be a part of it. I'm going to go ahead and do these push-ups, and we're going to close it down for the day, guys. And yeah, not a bad day. Not a bad day. Solid P&L today, guys. Solid P&L. We're running at 100% accuracy in day trades after the opening bell. We had one loss, which was GNUS, which was a swing trade. All the other trades were green, 100% day trading accuracy today. So proud of my trades for sure. And yeah, hit that like button. Oh, I love it, D. It's super dope, bro. It's super dope. Let me know if you guys can see me. Yeah, you guys can see me. All right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18,
19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38. All right, guys. Hey, listen. I love you all. Have a good day. Hit that subscribe button if you haven't already. Oh, that might be too high. Oh, that is too high. Oh, no. Anyways, guys, love you all. Have a good day, guys. Appreciate the support. Good luck in the markets, guys, and we'll see you guys later. Have a good day. Thanks for watching, team.